This conference will now be recorded.
Here with Eric. My name is Eric Strait. I'm with Resident Science Resources. We manage Excel's energy starting home program. We've been helping them on the fire centers.
Liz, what's the problem?
Kristen, the spacecraft architecture.
Japanese city Louisville. I'm just Lewis and others.
Steve Eagleberger, Field Services Director with Energy Logic.
Andy Weilenberg, E3 Cameron, Trades, Energy Others, and JP Business.
Luke Priest with Scott from Inspection. I'm the inspection director with our company. We do first services, manage ASB, energy salary, zero energy rate.
Great.
Travis Hager, Chinook Construction.
Okay.
Ryan, we'll take care of this.
Okay.
I'm Corey Weatherly, building inspector here in Louisville.
I'm PG Arnold Construction.
Jake Trio, PG Arnold Construction as well. Jay's with PG Arnold as well.
Tiffany J. Class, build team, National Disaster Design Center.
He moves Field Homes.
Awesome. Well, thanks again for joining us. We've got a few folks online as well that are joining us, and we are recording the session today so that it will be available later as well. So if you want to get back to it or anything, you can do that. The Colorado Electrification Summit. So this is another resource for people if you are doing the Energy Star Next Generation program. There is another summit that's going on October 27th that I just wanted to make sure people were aware of. If you want to get more information about that, they are really looking for builders to take part, and they don't have many builders signed up yet. There's a flyer here. I just have one of those, so you can check it out. And then just leave it there, but please bring it back if you're done checking it out. The other thing I wanted to tell you about is this event. It's called BS and Beers. It's just a fun networking event where we get together. We're getting together for our first time on the 25th, which is to have some beers and talk some building science and kind of talk about if we want to create an ongoing group discussion about building science and whatnot. It's cool because it's going to be at Construction Instructions facility down. It's kind of a little bit far away from here, but it's out by the airport off of Tyler Road there. But yeah, you should check it out if you're interested in building science at all there. Again, really hoping that we get more builders and code officials than building science geeks like myself there. So join us there. So our plan today is we're going to be talking about the Rebuilding Better website a little bit and some of the incentives. Just orient you to the pre-registration forms that are required for the different incentives for Xcel Energy, and then also really want to make sure you're aware of the material discounts that are available. So they're not only the incentive payments, but they're actual discounts available for materials to build the houses with out there that are great incentives as well. Then we're going to get into energy code compliance work with regards to the 3 different municipalities that we potentially are building in. We're going to talk about energy code requirements that are in common amongst all 3 jurisdictions there. And also, I think we'll see that a lot of these energy code requirements are also requirements of EnergySmart, the DOE Zero Energy Ready Home Program, and even passive house as well. We'll do lunch, and then we'll talk about EnergySmart, NextGen, and also the DOE program after that. And then we're going to end up with regards to kind of ideas about how you can maximize your incentives. And also, we're going to talk a bit about incentives that are specific to you as a builder. There are also incentives that go to your bottom line, not necessarily helping the construction of the home there. So from a business perspective, it makes sense to understand those things here. So ultimately, why do we keep getting these new versions of programs? So you may have noticed that we're using, we're promoting really the 2021 IECC, which is the new version of the code. The Marshall Fire area is using EnergySmart version 3.2, which is the newest version and actually hasn't been released on a national level, besides draft documents, and then it's referenced in the newest version of the checklist that just came out from EnergySmart. And then the DOE Zero Energy Ready Home Program is version 2 yet, which also hasn't been released nationally, but we're utilizing them here. So new residential construction, there's a lot of emphasis on new residential construction and how we can ultimately build better, more sustainable houses that are going to meet the core expectations of people in the marketplace there. The 2021 is kind of a reaction to our times here with regards to the climate change things that we're seeing, to energy security issues. All kinds of issues are kind of wrapped into that. But the other thing about the 2021 IECC is that it also is wrapping in kind of some solid building science into that. We're seeing trends of efficiency moving forward and continuing to get better in our houses, and that's you can see that with the energy rating index scores, a metric to measure energy efficiency. It's continuing on a national level to get lower and lower on that scale. We're seeing technical innovations and cost effectiveness of these technical innovations out there. You just look at PV panels, and the price of PV panels continuing to come down. There's a lot of emphasis on carbon these days and carbon emissions, largely because of climate issues as well, but it's all being focused in on houses now. These programs and codes help deal with that. We're seeing more and more demand for zero energy homes and climate resilient homes out there. I just think about what happened in Texas recently, just in 2020 out there. Can you live in your house? Can you survive in your house when the power goes out? How long can you survive in that? Maybe we need to think about that, being able to have a house that can swing its conditions for a 3 to 5 day period when the power's out there, which makes us think about, what do we need to properly size our battery storage for that situation, or do we want to replace all of the electric energy that's in that house? So there are lots of issues with regards to that as well. There's a huge demand for better construction out there. Our industry still is not viewed by the public as a professional industry in a lot of ways there. So there's a lot of discontent in the marketplace with what builders are doing, and we want to continue to improve our industry because no one's out there trying to do a bad job, obviously, out there. And then increased demand for this kind of clean energy economy and kind of the link to that as well. What we're seeing is the residential construction, 95% of U.S. buildings are 95% of buildings in the U.S. are buildings that have been built to lower energy efficiency. So we're trying to increase that movement and improve the housing stock there. 70% of the buildings stock square footage is involved with is impacted by the efficiency of our homes there. We have all these other metrics there that are guiding us to create more resilient and efficient homes out there. And you can see, if you pull up graphs out there, you can see that housing stock is impactful for carbon reduction and efficiency issues out there throughout, any of, these are just random pie charts that have been pulled from the internet. But you can see that we have a big impact, 21%, 28%, 22%, these big impacts that houses have on our economy, on our on energy efficiency, on carbon issues. All these things are dealing with. This is just a chart that is helping us understand that efficiency is continuing to get better and better. If you measure it on the Hertz Energy Rating Index score, you can see that as we move in time, we're starting to actually measure houses more and more, and the energy ratings are continuing to go down. In Colorado, I think our state average is about 58 right now, somewhere in that range there. So things have changed a lot in the way that we build our houses, but things also haven't changed that much to some extent. This picture from 1877 is basically showing a stick frame house there. The biggest difference between then and now, however, is that this was maybe a small family business that literally took it from foundation through finished carpentry, where today we've got 300 people maybe touching a single family house in that construction process. And each of these people have a specific dedicated job, and probably a lot of the people in this room are trying to supervise all those people, but maybe don't understand or know actually how to take that house, or the specific things to take that house from foundation all the way through finished carpentry in that house there. So it's humbling to think that we're one of the only industries that actually brings the material on site and manufactures it there. You look at it, imagine having a car, all the parts dropped in your driveway, and you had to build the car from scratch there. It's pretty daunting task there. And then our labor issues and material issues, we're seeing that big time now, especially with supply chain issues coming out of the pandemic and whatnot. So one of the biggest questions I keep getting is, what is it going to cost to do this program or that program, or build through the 2021 IECC? And the reality is that we don't know specifically how much it is. I know that it's not $100,000 more to do it. In the pre-pandemic, it was in the $3,000 to $10,000 range is what most estimates were. But with the pandemic economics that we're in right now, until you actually cost a house, you might not know if there's an incremental increase in construction or not. And then what we also know is that the more you do it, the more you build these programs or codes, the more the price of construction ultimately comes down, because you're familiar with the processes and techniques and sometimes the materials that you need in order to build these houses. there. But one of the things that continues to change in our industry is our expectations of houses. And really it's the expectations that people have of their houses that I think is driving people forward in building better and better houses. So you take this example, this is in my neighborhood in Northwest Denver. You've got that 1910 house, and think about people in that 1910 house. They were willing to do something extra to maintain comfort in that house. You know, they were willing to put on a sweater in the wintertime. They were probably willing to actually probably shovel a little coal to heat that house. You know, in today's world, in the 2020 plus world, they literally want to be able to walk around in their underwear from room to room and floor to floor and be quote unquote comfortable in that house. And when they're not, you know, they come back to you guys and gals and try to figure out what's going on wrong, and hopefully it doesn't end up in a lawsuit at the end of that process there. So this change in our expectations has really fundamentally driven our changes in how we're building our houses. Building science is helping us understand how houses perform more and how we get that same level of comfort expectation in a much different style of building here. Because why is this house a 100-year-old house? Anybody want to throw out an answer or question? Anybody have a thought about why we have that 1910 house still standing?
The material was better.
Okay. So I would hasten to say that the material isn't necessarily better.
Well, the wood was thicker. I mean, I feel apartment and you have solid shit lab and the studs are completely different. So
yeah, and that's true. It's different materials. We have engineered materials versus you know, dimensional lumbers and whatnot. But would this house meet our modern day engineering? Would it be able to meet the wind loads in Boulder County? No, you know. So from the perspective of building it better, that's not really what I guess I'm getting at. The real reason this house is a 100-year-old house is because it is so inefficient and uncomfortable and whatnot. So much air is able to move through it that it has tremendous drying potential. The thing that destroys houses over time is that they get wet and they disintegrate in essence. And if they're not allowed to dry, then they're going to, they're not allowed to dry, it's going to create a problem in that there. So the thing that we need to figure out, and what I think we have figured out to a large extent, is how do we get the same level of longevity in our houses, plus our modern day expectations of comfort in that house, and efficiency and resiliency in that house. And that's what the building science is helping us do, and that's what codes, programs, and building to these codes and programs are helping us figure out there, so that we can build repeatability into that house and we can make it withstand. Now, from a code perspective, the 2012 IECC really kind of was a shockwave in our industry. There's kind of this apocalyptic moment out there. And the main reason for that was because this was the code that mandated blower door testing on our houses. So we had to understand, first of all, how tight are we actually building? I think a lot of builders were surprised and continue to be surprised how tight and leaky we're building our houses. Interestingly enough, in Douglas County, I just tested 2 houses, and it's the first time the builders have ever had their homes blower door tested. Because that code jurisdiction was on the 2009 IECC until recently. And these are custom builders, so their construction cycle was long enough that they, even though both Douglas County switched to the 2018, I think in 2019, they hadn't been required to do a blower door test yet. And they were very surprised. One did very well and one did horribly. And I don't think we're going to get to 3 air changes per hour in that house. And then the 2021 IECC would kind of have that same kind of feeling, because from we kind of been cruising since the 2012, there hasn't been a much more demand put on builders in terms of creating efficiency through the 2015, the 2018 IECC. But in the 2021 IECC, there's about a 10% increase in energy efficiency here. And the other thing, and because of that, these programs are starting to use the 2021 as their jumping off point. And that's one of the big reasons why we're seeing changes in the versions of these programs there. Because they're starting to, their baseline is starting off of the 2021 IECC. So from a code perspective, we always use the 2006 IECC as the reference point. And the 2009 IECC was about a 15% increase in efficiency. That was primarily gotten on the back of increasing R values and U values in our building thermal envelope. The 2012 was another increase in efficiency, pretty hefty increase in efficiency, which was gotten on the back of blower door testing and bringing the air leakage limit from about 7 air changes per hour to 3 air changes per hour in our climate zone here. So you get this idea that convection and conduction really matter. And they're the main reasons or main vehicles for moving energy in and out of our homes there. And then you can see kind of how things plateaued here. There wasn't much gotten there. And then in the 2021, again, that big increase. And what we're seeing here is that from the 2006 to the 2021 IECC, we're starting to get into this risk zone. Our houses are getting tighter, so there's less air moving through it. There's less drying potential, and there's a potential for more condensation ultimately happening in our assemblies here. So in our less efficient houses, more energy is moving through that wall, which is keeping this exterior sheathing at a warmer temperature. With our more efficient houses, we're seeing that less energy is getting through this wall, and this temperature of that exterior sheathing is getting colder and colder, which ultimately means that you have the potential for condensation on that assembly there. So you have more wetting and less drying, and less wetting and more drying overall happening in those assemblies. So again, the codes are helping us. If we follow the codes and we follow these building programs, we're going to be able to build houses that actually function and work and have that long-term durability, efficiency, comfort, and all those things that we're trying to get there. So ultimately, what the building science is trying to do is focus our attention on heat flow, thermal flow, and moisture flow in our houses. We need to think about pressure dynamics, which we were talking about a little bit this morning. And then to some extent, we need to be thinking more and more about biology in our houses. And that, from that perspective, I mean indoor air quality, how we're filtering air, what types of materials we're putting into our houses, how they're off-gassing, and if we're creating molds or other things in our houses there. So building science is helping us understand those things. When I talked about convection and conduction, I'm up in this arena here, and we can talk about, we'll sprinkle in some building science and whatnot. If you have questions about building science as we're moving through and why the code is asking us to do X, Y, or Z, or these programs are asking us to do that as well. And then we have this idea of high performance housing out there. Some people like that term, some people don't like that term, but ultimately what it means to me is that we're applying building science in these houses out there, that we're focusing on our control layers in our houses: water control, air control, thermal control, and moisture control. And just real quick, kind of the difference between these two is, and this is kind of order of importance here, is water controls are bulk water issues. Moisture controls are vapor moisture issues. Vapor moves in specific ways and is less concerning to us than any of these other things, because moisture moves much more with air than by the process of diffusion that we're trying to stop with our vapor retarders and barriers that we might be putting into our houses there. So, and then you were focusing on people. We're focusing on how do we create that comfortable, efficient, durable, and safe house out there. So we're applying building science to create a high-performance home that ultimately is going to meet the people's expectations that are living in that house. And that's really what these programs and codes are trying to do as well. The other thing that I've been talking a lot about with maybe some of your homeowners that you're working with that are calling into Boulder County and asking questions is this idea of integrated design. In order to successfully build to these modern codes and these programs, we've got to think about beginning this process early and making us aware that although this change is sometimes hard, it's ultimately good to think about. But we have to start early in the design process to be able to integrate these codes and program requirements into our design to successfully be able to build these houses. We have opportunity costs, which meaning that basically once we put up the drywall, we're kind of locked in to what that house is going to be able to do. It's very, very difficult to make any significant change to that house after we put up the drywall, in terms of house tightness, in terms of R values and U values, in terms of is that wall going to get wet and does it have drying potential? All those things we have an opportunity cost, and that opportunity cost pretty much ends at drywall there. And then ultimately we're trying to apply building science, systems thinking, control the building science, and deal with all these requirements in our houses. And in order to do that, it really needs to be incorporated into the design of that house, so that when that architectural plan set gets on site, that all the information is on site for the builders there, and that the builder hopefully took part in that design process so they understand what the goals of that house are and how it's going to be built to work and work well. So we want to define the project, we want to share responsibilities and resources with everyone, view things again from this holistic perspective or the synergistic perspective. Everything is working together to achieve something that you really couldn't achieve before. Information sharing, super important, and then integration of all these systems, structures, enclosures, climate, occupant, integrating it all together to make it happen. So again, it really starts at the design phase, or from a homeowner's perspective, it begins from gathering the right team. And hopefully builders and architects can help gather that right team. So we're talking now about not only the builder and architect, but bringing in an energy consultant or an assembly consultant and other potential consultants out there, because they bring expertise that you might not have. You want to, everybody is bringing something unique to the table to help that project move forward. The other big thing, and this is probably the biggest thing that's different between the codes and the programs. Some jurisdictions are allowing third-party verification, but third-party verification is mandated by these programs. It's not mandated by codes. And so you're getting a dedicated professional who's dedicated to understanding what that program requirements are and how to implement them properly in the field there. Code inspection happens, and it happens sometimes well and sometimes not well, but these code inspectors are generally, sorry to focus on you, but the code inspectors are generally asked to do way too much. They're asked to do 30 inspections a day sometimes, and they're asked to do combination inspections, which means that their sole focus isn't on the building science or the energy parts of the code. It might be spread across electrical, plumbing, framing, and energy and whatnot. And so their ability to really enforce the sound building science and techniques and requirements that are in the code is sometimes limited, where the third-party folks isn't so much. So for program requirement, it adds value and legitimacy to the ultimate certifications and labels that are out there. They are independent programs and independent third-party folks that are doing this. Verification of comfort and energy efficiency is a big part of that. And often these folks are certified through ResNet or certified through the IECC or certified through EnergySmart or certified through DOE Zero Energy Ready Home Program. If anybody's doing Passive House, there's certifications through Passive House that these third parties are doing as well here. So there's consultant services, there's process of energy modeling, and this is a big one right now that is being talked about to every homeowner that's coming in, is the need to do an energy model to pre-qualify the houses. The reality is that the majority of builders in the Marshall Fire area are custom builders, and the majority of the custom builders have never built to an energy program before. Codes and programs now require some level of energy modeling in most cases, unless you're doing, unless the jurisdiction is allowing a true prescriptive pathway through the code. There's some level of energy modeling, and there's great value in that energy modeling because you begin to understand, do you have the right specifications in that house at permitting in order to meet your end goal? If that end goal is just program compliance or greater durability, efficiency, and whatnot. This also involves field inspection, potential recommendations, and then some third parties offer other services out there that you might want to take advantage of as well. I just throwing out there that third parties often have some level of quality assurance that's done on top of them when they're out there in the field from their certification bodies out there. So there's a little bit of better understanding that they somebody's looking over their shoulders as well. There's a little bit of quality control out there. Okay, any questions on any of that? Hey, all right.
A little training.
Yeah. I'm gonna switch over here, and I'm gonna make sure that everybody has seen the Rebuilding Better website. How many people have gone to this website? So that's why we're doing this. Not enough hands went up. So a quick orientation on this website. This is a website that was created by Boulder County. There are two ways to navigate. You can just scroll down, or you can go over here. And this website has been basically created by these 6 different chapters. And there's tons of great information in these different chapters here. There's also a Spanish, been translated into Spanish if you have any Spanish clients, speaking clients there. What I want to do is just scroll down here, and you can see that it's also broken down into a homeowner section and a builder section. There's great information on both sides of the website, I guess. So I'm going to take you to the builder section here, and the first thing that we're going to look at is I guess this, the incentive program mapping tool. So a lot of people, a lot of builders, a lot of homeowners have been asking, what is the difference between these different programs and incentives? So you could download this Excel spreadsheet here and get an idea of what these programs are all about. See how long it takes to load here. Okay, so this spreadsheet has the different incentives across the top. The core program requirements down the side here, and then gives you different ideas. For example, what's the energy rating index target for each of those programs? So you get an idea of the efficiency that's being achieved by each of those programs here. You can get an idea of room by room HVAC load CFM requirements. Well, it's not required by the code, but it's required by these different programs. So you can get the core requirements of each of these programs, and then if you go to the right, you can get an idea of is that requirement required by which program that you might be considering to do there. So that's a great resource to do that. If we continue down here, you get the actual incentives that are out there. The incentives for building to code, for EnergyStar, DOE Zero Energy, EnergyStar NextGen or new certification. EnergyStar new certification is EnergyStar version 3.2 requirements plus new certification. All that new certification means is electrification of that home. And we'll talk about that more this afternoon here, and then passive house requirements there. So you want to make sure you know that. There's a video a little bit about that. The main reason I wanted to go here was with regards to the Marshall Fire Reconstruction Rebate Registration Form. There's some registration forms, I think, right here at front, but if you're online, if you're joining us online, you can get it here as well. So you need to turn in this form to Excel Energy. We recommend that you turn it in at roughly at the same time that you're permitting your house. You're going to tell Excel Energy what incentive program you're building to, and you also need to turn in the information that's listed right over here. So, for example, for EnergyStar Radar Design Review Checklist confirmed required elements are specified in the design, and then it talks about the envelope through electric vehicle infrastructure. If you're doing, I'm sorry, this is on the DOE Zero Energy Ready Home Program. So in essence, there's trying to get an understanding that you set yourself up at permitting to successfully achieve the requirements of the program so that they want to give this money out, but they have to have some ability of assessing that you've actually met the requirements. So this is the beginning part of that. And then at the end of construction, around when you're getting your certificate of occupancy, your energy rater or energy consultant or you as the builder you also have to turn in information to actually release that money there. And that information, that registration form or a claim form, rebate claim form, will be coming, hasn't actually been released.
It is out now.
Oh,
That came out just last week. There's those up there as well.
Okay.
So you can get those at Excel.
It hasn't been added to the website yet, but it will be added.
We did update it last week, so it is on the Excel website.
Awesome. While we are here, I want to go to rebates and incentives. So rebates and incentives, if you go to the rebates and grants, here you'll get some other information. There's some costing information that's been put out by EPC and Boulder County that has kind of tried to compile the costing studies that were done. Louisville did one costing study back in February, I believe, with an engineering group called Group 14. There are some builders that have released publicly their cost of construction that are incorporated into this. And then pre-pandemic, there were some studies that were done. So this spreadsheet kind of incorporates all that and gives you an idea. Basically, the bottom line is that if you were to build to the EnergyStar new certification program and the 2021 IECC code, it's going to be about 10% or $10,000 cheaper or $10,000 more to build to that versus the 2018 IECC, depending on the size of the house that you're building there. So that's kind of the bottom line of that, but it's a good resource here. But the state of Colorado incentive program, they also have a registration form for that program. We're going to talk about this incentive a little bit more, but you need to fill this out at the same time you fill out your your Excel Energy rebate registration form as well if you are doing electrification on that house. There is an additional requirement.
Hey, Robbie, I noticed on the passive home, it was from Excel, it was $37,000.
Yeah.
Then on that passive, if you did a passive home that was all electric, you would get another 10.
Yes.
From the state.
Yeah. Yeah. We'll talk about the incentives as well. And then what I went to was equipment discounts. And this is something that everybody really needs to know about, but I think few people actually know about it. It's that there are discounts available for specific materials here. For example, if you were doing a ground source heat pump, or if you were doing a air source heat pump, Mitsubishi is offering a 20% discount, but you have to go to this page and understand how they're actually discounting that program. You can't buy it, you can't get the discount if you go directly to your distributor, for example. You have to go to the representative here. There are other grants and programs. Daikin, for example, is offering some discounts. Solar energy discounts, air sealing discounts, material discounts from 475, which is a distributor of materials that help build a tighter house. So tapes and smart vapor barriers and air barrier materials, window discounts, the federal solar tax credit is talked about there. That's changed a little bit with the new Inflation Reduction Act. And then on that side, I also wanted to take you to the Home Builders Association website, Metro Denver, and the Marshall Fire resources here, because they are also offering material discounts. So if you go down to Marshall Fire vendor discounts, here you'll get to one more layer here. Anderson Windows is offering discounts. Fireplace Warehouse, Furniture Row, heat pumps and electrification. Listen Up, Mountain High Appliances, Hello Windows, Signature Stone. All these folks are offering discounts specific to Marshall Fire, and it's something that, again, I don't think enough people are aware of. Take advantage of that to lower the cost of construction. Because again, in our specific economy here, we are the cost of construction is simply higher, and there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. It's the way it is. And but these are some tools that you can use to lower the cost of construction. So just thanks, Chad, for bringing that up. I didn't spend enough time here. So the big thing about these incentives go back to the homeowner, not the builder. We're going to talk about incentives that go to the builder towards the end of the day here. They are not additive. So if you do passive house, you don't also get all of this. You just get passive house. What is additive, though, is if you do electrification on that house, we'll talk specifically about what electrification means later on. You can add an additional $10,000 from the state of Colorado through their incentive program. So yes, for passive housing, it could be $47,500 that you're getting to go to that level. This level here, $27,500. We're seeing a lot of interest in that incentive level there. Okay. Any questions on any of that?
Rob, you have a question. On the website where you're listing some of the manufacturer rebates or some of the other incentives that are separate, not necessarily manufacturers, could you guys indicate on the site if that is exclusive to commercial fire or just universal? Because in some cases, a lot are universal, especially as it relates to, one of our clients was asking
figure out what's the most comfortable way to achieve code compliance in this with my specifications for the house. So the idea of offering alternative compliance is that you have alternatives and you have flexibility to do that.
And I don't think
Happy
electrification.
Friday, everybody. We all know what that means. It's a latte down in the senior center.
I'm gonna go get my latte.
EV charging is not part of the HERS.
It's not.
The senior center, you try our great flavors that we
Well, I was
have.
just asking, if you ever require to have electric to gas.
Also, ours
Right,
is.
and that's still required.
Right, so I was wondering if you also require.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
That was my question.
yeah, Steve's question brings up another point, is that we're going to talk about requirements that are common across all the jurisdictions after this, after we talk about compliance, because this is just telling you how you comply with it. There's also a whole section of code that hasn't been amended that says, now I have to figure out how I install it according to the code. And that we're going to go over that because that's common across all three jurisdictions. We're starting with compliance because that's different in all three jurisdictions. Okay.
Then finally, there's what council adopted, and this is for any home that's being built in the city of Louisville that's not fire related. You can also opt into this if you're in the fire zone. It's basically, it's the 2021 IECC with appendix RB and RC. So that's basically, it has to be a PERS of 47 before on-site power production. So where it gets a little tricky on this, keep in mind, we have electric that needs to be ran to all fuel appliances. So that has to be in your calculation. We have charging stations in the garage. So that has to be ran into your calculation. So as far as on-site, the chances of these smaller homes having 100% on-site, probably not going to be there. Unless it's a large lot, ranch, and the setup's just perfect. Okay, so then what you'll have to do is go to the community, the difference, maybe community solar power.
Are there rebates for new construction outside the fire area for option 4?
Yeah.
No, I mean, for solar, there's the federal tax credit, but they're not, the Excel incentives and the majority of the discounts are all for Marshall.
Okay.
There's probably standard Excel rebates.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Understanding New Homes Program is offer
Yeah.
performance-based rebates. So if you're building, that home, you get better rebates.
Yeah, and we'll talk about the federal tax credit as well for builders.
I mean, that's what heat pumps, yeah, that is solar, it's a lot.
Yeah.
And then the other one that we're allowing is, it's not in the code, but we're allowing it to take place on the fire rebuilds. And see, eventually citywide, that this may be the catch me out, is doing the allowing these passive homes instead of appendix RC throughout. And so we are allowing the two types, the fee is fire rebuild passive homes, and there's different types, and any one of them would need the, that's what I mentioned, they're coming in usually about a HERS 37.
Yeah.
Right around there, just thicker walls, the rebates are there, and we have probably, I think, that I know of 10 to 12 homeowners on the rebuild process that are doing this, just because they're excited about it. Okay, this is where I'm on and why we're talking about this is because of the electrification. Even though it's not 100% electrification, you're still going to have to decide that have power. And so what a lot of these homes are coming in is that they need a 320 service basically. And the court's going to talk to you guys about some of the problems that we're running up against homeowners or contractors alike as far as finding the equipment and what we're allowed.
Okay. So I'm Cord Weatherly, I'm a building inspector here in Louisville. So we've determined with the 2021 code and all electrification that you will be required to put a minimum of 320 amp service, which presents a few problems. Obviously, you have multiple disconnects, and then you have that large meter enclosure. The problem that we're running up against, and some of the builders that are here that have started, is equipment's hard to find. Really hard to find. I've heard that some builders are checking in Germany and can't find it. So, yeah, it's going to be a struggle. This is just an example of what an electrician can do to get around you can't use the all-in-one cabinet with the two disconnects. That violates the electrical code. The electrical code requires you can have the multiple disconnects, but they each have to be in their own enclosure. So that's why, in this case, they've gone this way. There are other options that we can always discuss, but equipment's going to be a real challenge. So go ahead.
As a nationwide problem?
Nationwide, yeah. So I would encourage your electricians to contact, I'm the electrical inspector, so contact me. We can discuss some alternatives. That would be many, but this is just one way you can do it. So.
And this is on the prior bill.
This is on, well, this is actually in Denver. This is not one that's been done yet, but I know like Thomas, I think you had one maybe.
So I have three, and one of them I had to sign a new electrician because the house the guy just used like I'm a year out. So my other two homes, I have no clue. We're thinking of putting on 200 amp panels, but running 320, and then letting them upgrade later, and basically saying, sorry, this only need to do this because everyone kind of pushed forward you should. Now it's not an option unless you don't want to close or you don't want, just an incomplete service basically. So I'm like either convincing customers to come back to 200 amp or running 320 still on service from Excel. And some customers are like, great, that's fine. And then the ones that are like, no, you told me this is becoming a real challenge. So don't promise these things unless you found something that
Right.
If I'm on eBay for like $6,000.
Yeah, and that's the other thing, it's gonna be very expensive.
And you're okay with that?
Well, we'll have to discuss that. I don't think you and I have discussed that, so.
Not yet.
That'll be something we'll have to discuss. But, so yeah,
They don't like one.
the answer to that question.
We have it's kind of complicated. So what do you do if you're doing a house that's 2021 code and the electrician, like I have 6 on order, showing me a year and a half out? I just have a duplex and building a lot there, I just don't need to do a bank meter, and that's also 6 to 8 months out, I'm finishing the house in 2 to 3 months. So now I'm like, there's gotta be something, out of Excel, like, is there some temporary thing that can be, like created, or, I don't know.
This is an issue. I mean, we're building 20 homes over here. You guys have to stop. Let's give you the direct feedback. You can't require someone you can't get for a year and a half. Right, these homeowners have been out of their houses for almost a year.
Understood.
So, I mean, at 320 amps seem, or 350, whatever you said, it's huge. I mean,
Right.
is this for,
This is if you go all electric, if you do the
I understand.
2021, either one of those options, you're gonna basically have to wire the home all electric.
right, and so there's, even size of the home doesn't take into consideration, like, if it's a 2,000 square foot home as opposed to 40,000.
We also discussed if you can present a calculation that shows that is not a requirement. And the 200 amp will meet there, then we would certainly look at that.
Okay.
So that's even for Excel's rebate incentive possibility. If I'm doing a 21 home, and we determine a smaller, which doesn't need it. Yeah, I don't know who like.
I can't speak to that.
Okay, just kind of throwing it out there. So I'm like, this customer delayed her bill, she's like, I want this incentive, doing all this fun stuff you did. Fine, handle issue, but if I find that we can calculate her home with the electrician, 200 amp panel and still, EV chargers, induction, everything she wants.
From a Excel incentive perspective with the 2021 IECC, all it's requiring is that you permit under the 2021 IECC. And as you get your certificate of occupancy, that's proof that you've done everything.
So basically, there's nothing in there that says you need 320, it's just
No.
you can do, okay.
Yeah, that 320 is
For that incentive level for 2021, that $7,500 incentive.
Oh, so I'm going after the,
NextGen.
yeah.
Yeah, so there are not specific requirements on your panel size, but there's specific requirements that get you to this panel size.
Right, and that's a smaller house, we can still, because you have the 2 EV chargers, induction, air source heat pump, all that kind of stuff. Or, so this is another problem I'm running into is the heat pumps we're trying to get, they're all electric, are super hard to get, and they're to them. Anyone initially told us, so, this is a open work order with the customer, like we said, we think it's X, and everyone's telling them it's this cheap to do, well, that heat pump alone is insanely expensive. So we have the dual fuel heat pump where you get the furnace backup, and we found that obviously that doesn't work. I think you and I have been talking about that. That doesn't meet the requirement because it's not a full-time air source heat pump. Right, because the whole point of this dual fuel is under 10 degrees, your furnace kicks on. That's like a small furnace, that's like a replacement. Instead of, because those split systems just aren't powerful enough, or I guess in cold temperature, they just don't perform. So I'm trying to figure that out too, and I think you guys have been helpful in trying to be like, here, look at this list. But then my guy's like, okay, go get that heat pump, good luck. I'm like, that's not my field. So that's the challenge.
We just finished a spreadsheet that calculated out all of the load per system, per appliance for a house in Louisville to meet 2021. And it doesn't matter whether you're meeting, version 3.2 or version 3.2 next year, it doesn't matter. There's no possible way, irrespective of the square footage of the house, that you can avoid 320 amps.
That's kind of what we figured.
We did this exercise because I was so frustrated trying to, there's got to be a way. Yeah, because
The EV charging.
are your chargers.
Yeah, the EV charging is right there.
No, you have an induction range, you've got, the furnace doesn't really pull anymore, but those 3 items alone push your house over 120 amps just for those 3 systems. You're done.
Let's keep talking.
You're right, sorry. There's no creative way to take not that we know of to create 320 amps available. That's like, oh, you can put this 300.
The issue is this box right here. That's the issue, because you have to have the 320 amp capability coming to that first. Then you can put up to 6 disconnects.
So the one thing I did want to point out, I don't know if this is in other people's factors, but we, from the beginning, realized if you need to do 320 amp service, you realize you're trenching a new line.
Correct.
Okay. I didn't get that answer from myself.
Yeah, I don't know.
We didn't have, we wanted in writing, we have no one from Excel willing to say that they're going to do that in a cost.
Yeah, I wouldn't count it.
It's a third party cost, right? Supervisor, whoever does it, and I just, normally that's So we're still including that in our cost budgets, but I need to know if we can take it out.
Okay. Great discussion. Let's,
That's all I got. That's all I was here.
We just brought that up because this is the first shocking that a lot of guys are finding is that, hey, it's months out and sometimes a year out. We did have a couple contractors try to go to Germany and elsewhere and try to track them down because there's a direct flight from Frankfurt to Denver. And so anyway,
can you check that?
So anyway, first shot in awe, work with your electricians if you're doing that route. We're trying to find alternative means and methods to meet the NEC as adopted by the state to make it work. But at this point, this is kind of what we're finding.
So you're saying both of these and the heat pumps are super far out?
Oh, yeah, that's that. And there may be other.
Heat pumps, you might be able to get up there and just work with tile specifically. But probably don't. That's not probably.
But I encourage everybody, my phone number is published on the website. Reach out with any questions. I'm glad to explore other options.
Okay, we'll continue. I'm going to pass this around because I know there's some other people that came in, so I'll start with you. Bring it back up.
12:30. This picture also is a really nice picture because it demonstrates the continuity of the air barrier and the drainage pipe behind the electrical box, which is something that is super important in building to the 2021 and to these other programs. Okay, so I could not get the town of Superior or Boulder County to come and do what Chad did. So thanks so much, Chad, for coming out here. So I'm going to do my best to tell you first about the town of Superior. So the town of Superior is offering some options as well, specific for the Marshall rebuild area here. So you can build to the 2021 IECC. It is the adopted code, currently the adopted code. So if you were going in and building a new house, or if you were a homeowner actually who bought a lot in the Marshall Fire area, you're going to have to build to the 2021 IECC there. The options are only available to people who lost their house and are rebuilding their house there. The exception is that the 2018 IECC, as amended, may be used within the town of Superior impacted by the Marshall Fire. So that's the way that they have structured their code so that everybody's aware that the 2021 is what they have, that there's an exception if you're building, if you're rebuilding the Marshall Fire. The intent, obviously, is to give this opt-out because there was all kinds of hysteria, really, with regards to the cost of construction going to the 2021 early on when people were beginning the process of thinking about rebuilding their homes here and whatnot. Subsequent owners of the residential properties are not eligible to opt out. So that's what I'm saying is that if you decide to sell your lot and somebody comes in and you're working with somebody who's building on a lot, but they weren't the original owners whose house burned down, they would be on the 2021, not the 2018. You don't have that option there. Okay, so the 2018 IECC is allowed in the Marshall Fire area, but it's completely not amended, which is good and bad. There's all kinds of options for compliance. You have all the options that are available in the code for compliance there, which we'll talk about in a little bit more depth later on. But in essence, you have 4 options within the prescriptive path itself. You have a cost compliance report option, which is an energy modeling option. You have the energy rating index option, which would not be the HERS index in this case because it's not amended here. It would be the true IECC energy rating index for energy raters out there. But you have lots of options, so you could do that. The 2021, there are some amendments in there. So it's similar to what Chad was just saying there. They're they're saying that in the 2021, you have to build an all-electric house. But if you don't build an all-electric house, you have to do these additional things here. So it says residential buildings shall be all-electric unless you do these two sections of the code. So section R403.7 is basically saying that it's all electric. You have to do your sizing of your equipment just like you normally would with your manual J, S, and D. And then if you're going to use gas appliances, if you're going to have that house be gas, the gas appliance efficiency level is increased. This is true, interestingly enough, this is true for swap out furnaces and whatnot as well. So if you have an existing homeowner who needs a new furnace, they're going to have to upgrade to a 96% AFUE furnace in that house in the same way. So that is pretty much exactly what Louisville is doing. Superior is doing that same type of thing. Other amendments here are the electrical infrastructure, which is what Louisville is doing as well. You have, even if you are going all gas in that house, you have to pre-wire for all of these other potential services in the future. So pre-wire for induction cooking, pre-wire for a heat pump, furnace and heat pump water heater there. I am not sure if it includes the EV charging station or not, to be honest. So you might have to double check on that there. Fuel gas lighting equipment. So this is a old section of the code that nobody really does gas lighting anymore, you know, but they wanted to make sure that that's stricken there. But it has a little bit carryover in this case, that you can't have atmospherically vented water heaters, for example. You can't basically have any equipment that has a standing pilot light. So you would need a power vented water heater that has a electronic ignition for its gas to burn to heat that water. You can't have an old gas stove that has a standing pilot light. Some gas fireplaces have lights as well, standing pilot lights as well. This is a picture of an electric fireplace, and I saw my first electric fireplace the other day. They're kind of cool. So you might see those in the future. They also added a solar ready provision. So they didn't go as far as Louisville and in one of Louisville's options is actually taking it to zero, but you have to pre-wire for PV panels. That's what this Appendix RB is about. And I guess I do know the answer. Appendix RD is for the electric vehicles. So they did add the electric vehicle ready provisions. So these are things that you basically have to pre-wire that house to there. Then you get into the green building ordinance of Superior. The green building ordinance are additional features that are added in essence to the green building or to the energy code in Superior. I'm sorry. So the purpose is to create a green building program promoting and encouraging high performance sustainable development. The articles intended to promote cost-effective energy structures and whatnot. So when you get into that code there, there's a requirement that when you're doing green building, you have the options of these different compliance alternatives to comply with the code. So if you're doing the 2021 IECC here, you can do, you have to do the additional energy features that I'll show you later on that is common with anybody doing the 2021 IECC. It's basically added on additional energy features to the core IECC requirements. But then you can choose your compliance option. You can do the prescriptive compliance options, which would include the UA trade-off sheet, or some people call it res check compliance. or the R value table. You can do the total building performance option, which a lot of energy raters do, which is the cost compliance report, or you can do the energy rating index option. Now, again, they have not specifically amended this, so it's not, in this particular case, it's not specifically a HERS energy rating index, it's the IECC energy rating index. Now, I'm not going to go into great depth about that, but the two index scores are different from each other. In fact, they can be 10 to 15 points different in some cases there. So you want to make sure you're turning in the right index score here. They also have a construction waste recycling program that is a requirement. Yeah.
Sorry, just a comment on Superior one more time. The previous iteration of the code, they had the green points where you would create a HERS reading and it said score requirement based on splits, but is that then cycled out and replaced with this then? Like there's not that scale square footage for HERS rating scores?
Correct. Yes, they still have green points, which we're going to get to, but it's not scaled square footage to index score.
So it actually got more neat.
Yeah, to some extent. Construction waste recycling. So if you are constructing, you have to also comply with that part of this green building ordinance here. So make sure you understand that. And then they have the green points as well. So the green points are based off of the square footage of a house, and you have to achieve a certain number of points from a variety of options there. And so with regards to the energy rating index, your starting point is 55, and then I believe every point below that, you get an additional point towards your green point allotment there. So again, they're basing it, this is the table that's from the 2021 IECC, they're basing it on the code energy rating index score, 55. The other points are allocated through site development, the waste management or construction recycling program, indoor air quality, all of these different things. You can pick things within that section of the code that would give you specific points in order to get you, let's say your 3,000 square foot house, 3,001 square feet, you need 40 points to comply with that code there.
So, sorry, just be clear about that. So if they're starting at 55 and you need to get down to 40, you need to find 15 points in this list?
No, if you, this is points, not an energy rating index.
Right.
So your requirement, if you're using the energy rating index pathway, there is to start at a IECC energy rating index of 55, and you would get 1 point.
Okay.
But if you get a 50, if you're actually building to a 50, you would get 5 points towards that 40. So that's how they changed it, because before it was, if you built a 3,000 square foot house, you had to do X energy rating index score or lower, as he was talking about. And then you get additional points towards that, what you need from these categories. Okay, so that's pretty quick there. Now, unincorporated Boulder County, back in 2015, they adopted their Build Smart Code. The Build Smart Code is based off of the 2015 IECC, heavily amended, but they wanted to adopt the structure of the IECC so that it was easier to maintain and move forward with if they were to go to a new code in the future. So that was the main point of that. What they do in this code is say that new buildings shall comply with the requirements. This is the end. These numbers here refer you to the IRC, Chapter 11. Chapter 11 of the IRC is the Energy Conservation Code. In this case, built to the 2015 IECC. So depending on your house size, you have different options for how you're going to comply with the code. So you need to reference this table to begin with. And we'll start with a house that's up to 3,500 square feet. So you have the option, you have to choose one of these compliance options here. You can either do a prescriptive path, and I'll show you the prescriptive R value table basically that they're using, or you can use a performance path, which is based off of an energy rating index. Their energy rating index is the HERS ResNet energy rating index score that they're using. Buildings with glazing, there's this other part, buildings with glazing, the floor area ratios that exceed 18% cannot use the prescriptive path. So window to wall ratio, window to floor ratios are huge issues from an energy efficiency perspective. Your window is your weakest component. Even if you have the best window out there, it's still generally the weakest component of your structure out there. So the smaller your window to wall ratio, the better performing that house is, and it's going to be easier and easier to comply with codes and programs and whatnot. If you right size your windows, in essence, if you really take some design consideration while you're looking at your window, how do I maximize views, and bring in light, but not put 500 windows in the house. You want to take consideration of every single window you're putting in that house. Does it need to be an operable window? A non-operable window is going to be more airtight. Am I going to choose a casement window if I'm choosing a traditional windows versus a slider? It's going to be more airtight, so it's going to impact other things there. Am I going to choose locations and overhangs and all the other things that impact windows there? So it's a big thing, and they're taking that into account in their code here. This is the prescriptive path. So you can see that they've amended the R value table. One of the big things that they've amended is not only the R value here, so it's close to the 2021. So in essence, from a Excel program incentive perspective and the state incentive perspective, the Boulder Build Smart code has been deemed to be equivalent to the 2021 IECC. So all incentive payments are eligible for building in unincorporated Boulder County there. But in this one, this change is close to the R60 that's required in the 2021. Big thing that they did is that you can't lessen the thickness of that insulation as you get over to the E. So you're going to need really large raised hill trusses if you go with the prescriptive path in the IECC or in the Build Smart program for Boulder County. What else changed here? This is a bit of a change, and that's a bit of a change. But
the floor is a little higher too.
the floor is a little higher.
So on the wood frame wall, that's the only option you can do is.
If you choose the prescriptive.
Only, they don't give you a multiple choice.
No. So you're seeing that most people don't use the prescriptive option in Boulder County. And they're not getting a lot of houses that are less than 3,000 square feet too. So it's basically pointing in that direction. So the different approaches here. So this approach is what we call a cavity R value approach. So you're computing the R values in each of those locations there in order to determine the R value here. So they are allowing that computation method in Boulder County as well. The U-factor approach alternative, they are allowing you to use the U-factor table here, and it's an assembly approach there, and you can, but they've modified the U value table here. So again, this is only for the prescriptive pathway. So they're allowing all the different options that are allowed in that prescriptive approach that are outlined in the 2015 IECC. which gets you to the next one, which would be this area weighted trade-off approach, the U-value trade-off approach. The problem with this approach is that the ResCheck software, which is the free software that does this approach, hasn't been made customized to the U-values that Boulder County has done. So if you do this approach, you basically have to do it by hand there. And so again, very few people ever do that there. And then we'll move to houses that are bigger than 3,500 square feet. So you have a choice again to do the prescriptive option or performance option here. So the energy rating index alternative. So again, Boulder County uses the HERS energy rating index there for that system. So if you have a house, if you're doing the performance option here, I'm sorry, so this is the last option for houses that are small, 3,500 square feet or smaller. You can go to this table, or this table is a little bit easier to use, but if you have a house that's less than 3,500 square feet, and you're using the performance option, which is the energy rating index option that gives you some ability to do trade-offs and whatnot. Let's say I was building a 2,500 square foot house, I would have to achieve an energy rating index of 50 or less. A HERS energy rating index of 50 or less. And then also comply with all the other installation requirements that are in the IECC. So those are your pathways if the house is less than 3,500 square feet. If your house is bigger than 3,500 square feet, the prescriptive path goes away. You can choose the performance path, and then you basically have to choose an additional option here. So you can choose EnergySmart certification or passive house certification. In the Marshall Fire area, the EnergySmart 3.2 or the passive house program will also get you the incentives there. You don't have to build, because the reality is that they basically say use the EnergySmart version that is appropriate for the state of Colorado. Right now, currently, as of now, EnergySmart version 3 is what we're using. Starting in January, we're going to be moving to EnergySmart version 3.2, but in the Marshall Fire area, I'm sorry, 3.1. In the Marshall Fire area, I'm glad you're here. In the Marshall Fire area, we can use EnergySmart version 3.2. Yes, 3.2. Passive house software calculations are accepted. And the Living Building Challenge, which are two other building programs that, quite frankly, aren't used very often in Colorado for homes, are options as well. If you're building over 5,000 square feet, again, you have to choose two of these. Most people choose the performance option, which is getting you an energy rating index. In essence, they're trying to get you to build a zero energy home here. So you need to turn in an energy rating index. Again, it's a HERS index with and without solar PV in that house, and then comply with one of these program requirements here. Again, you can use the DOE version 2 and get your incentives there for the passive house. Obviously, we'll get you your incentives as well here. And then they also have a construction waste recycling program, so you want to make sure that you're aware of that program and what the requirements of that. It's not only requires that you do it, but that you verify that it's been done. Superior also has some reporting requirements as well here. They also have an indoor water conservation component to their energy code, which requires that you use water sense labeled fixtures in that house. And then energy usage systems. So basically, because a lot of houses in unincorporated Boulder County are super big houses and relatively wealthy clients, they might have a snow melt system in their driveway or other things. You have to offset the energy use of that driveway snow melt with a PV system if you decide to do that. So that's really regardless of the size of the house. you need to do those offsets there. So it's all explained in our code there. They do have this checklist that can help you guide your way through the different options and decide how you're going to demonstrate compliance with unincorporated Boulder County in that code there. Planning and zoning also has this requirement there. So in the Marshall Fire rebuild area, if you have the potential to increase your floor area in your house, but you're going to run up against some issues with planning and zoning that aren't handled through the building department. So Hannah offered herself as a resource to you if you have questions, if you come across that. I know one person has come across that in that they make it, they say that you can increase the size of the house, but they make it a little bit harder to do that. So make sure you reach out to Hannah if you come across that kind of situation there.
Is that for Boulder County or for everybody?
That's for Boulder County, yeah. So ultimately, we have these different compliance options that are available in these jurisdictions. So remember, these are options. The codes in generally speaking, are never trying to pinhole you into doing something specific or mandating that you do something specific. They want to give you flexibility, but you often have to find that flexibility within the way that they've adopted the code here. The flexibility comes in this ability to trade off things. We'll talk about trade-offs in a little bit here. So why don't we take a 10-minute break, and I'll pull up our next presentation, which is going to be those things that are required by the codes that are common across the jurisdictions and these programs. If you haven't signed up and signed in, I guess, make sure you sign in. We do have a sweet giveaway at the end of the day. So.
This conference will now be recorded.
Most things we require stuff.
So because we are incentivizing 2021 IECC, we're going to be focusing on the 2021 IECC requirements. The reality is that the requirements aren't that different from the 2012 through the 2021 IECC. They've just, in general, been written in more understandable language, and they continue to evolve to be written better and better in each code cycle. So hopefully in the 2024, that's being worked on right now. Some of the proposals will go through that are helping to explain these things a little bit better. So we're going to talk about these requirements. And in essence, the requirements are broken up in two sections of the code. There's the R402 section that has 12, in essence, 12 requirements for how you install these things. And then within that section, there's a table, the air barrier, air sealing, and insulation installation table. And then after that, there's fencing requirements, and there are a few other requirements that go beyond, like lighting requirements, for example, here. So the first requirements actually started way before that. These are requirements that need to be on your construction documents. The big thing that hasn't been asked of before is that you actually tell them what compliance option you're using in the code. Are you using an ERI pathway? Are you using ResCheck or the area weighted U-value trade-off path? You always have had to do these other things like display your R values and U values on the documents. And then the other really big one are air sealing details that need to be on those construction documents. So throughout the presentation, there'll be some slides that have the requirement, but I've also tried to include an example of details that you could include on your construction documents. The whole objective here is that you have a complete set of documents that gets translated into the field so that ideally, I guess, if you did your integrated design process, it would be a clear transition from the design team to the construction team there. But without that integrated design process, we want to make sure that all the information gets out to the field properly and they understand what they need to do there. Also, it gives the opportunity at the plan review stage for the plan reviewers to understand that you have it all under control in your specifications and whatnot. Which leads to this next requirement, which is the building thermal envelope shall be represented on the construction documents. So the idea here, the building thermal envelope is a defined term inside the code. So chapter 2 has all the definitions in the code for it. And basically the thermal envelope is a clear distinction boundary condition that's set between that separating conditioned space from unconditioned space in that house. This is one example of how it can be depicted on your building thermal, on your building documents. In this case, it's kind of going with the code and saying that we're having a redundancy of systems here to define that building thermal envelope. But in essence, you're trying to ensure that you have a clear definition or definement between conditioned space inside the house and unconditioned space outside the house. You achieve that by having continuity of your air barrier system and your thermal barrier system all the way around the house. And that's ultimately what these other requirements are trying to get at here. Inspections are required, so from footings, framing, plumbing, mechanical, and final inspection, all these things are required there. So you need to make sure you call for all those inspections. And then if something fails, you'll end up getting a re-inspection as well before you move on here. So from an energy perspective, just 2 examples here. Framing and roughing, they have to verify the R values in their correct location and also their proper installation. So it's not just going in there and saying, hey, I see pink in the wall and walking out. They should be actually evaluating how well that was installed in relationship to what the code is requiring here. Air leak control is required by the code as well. On the mechanical side, again, required control systems, installation, corresponding R values, air leakage of your duct systems is a requirement, whole house ventilation, spot ventilation, potentially now as well in the 2021 IECC. So ultimately, again, the focus is on creating these high performance houses. And from that perspective, I might have a fan here, but that I can't just look at the fan and say, yep, the fan's there, I can go on to my next inspection. The code officials now are saying, well, how is it actually installed? Was it installed to actually function and work? That's the ultimate thing here. So when you're installing these things or evaluating how your trade partners are doing, going into it from this perspective of, is it there and does it work as it's actually been installed, is a great frame of reference to kind of look at things when you're under construction management side. Again, you can't just look in and say, got any insulation in there. If it's installed like that, it's not going to function or work. You want to make sure that it's actually working out in the field. So the building thermal envelope, again, needs to be represented on the construction documents. I don't know why I have that twice. Something went wrong. Or quickly back. Okay, insulation installation. Chapter 3 of the code book. It says that a insulation shall be installed such that the manufactured R value mark is readily observable. Or because so much of the material that is installed in our houses doesn't have a insulation R value mark anymore, you have to provide a certificate. An insulation certificate complying with this section shall be left immediately after the installation by the installer. So in essence, the code now is asking that the installer certify the R value of what they install, especially if they're using a blown fiberglass or a blown foam product or some product that doesn't have an installation mark on it. This section here gets into more detail about that certificate that needs to be left. The R value mark shall be applied by the manufacturer to each piece of installation, or alternatively, shall be applied by the certificate there. And then the installer shall provide the certificate listing the type, the manufacturer, the R value of the installation there. Now, it doesn't specifically require that they do R value measurements, but it's kind of implied that if you're blowing fiberglass in that wall, and we're assuming that that wall is maybe at an R23 or 2x6 cavity, you know, how do we actually assume that? The code official and the energy raters that might be verifying this need to have the certificate to be able to have some level of insurance that it's actually been blown to the right density to achieve that R value. So the insulation mark goes into a little bit more detail here for insulation materials installed without the manufacturing mark. An insulation certificate shall be left again right after the installation of the insulation. The other certificate that's required later on in the code, and this certificate is required at completion, is a certificate that generally is created through a software when you're doing a software compliance option. If you're not doing a software compliance option, which is basically an energy model on the house, you still have to provide the certificate. And I'll show you an example of that. This certificate is changed in the 2021 IECC to add some additional things in blue here on that certificate there. So if you have a solar PV system, you're going to have to get some additional information on that document there, as well as the code edition, which has generally been on it. But if you're making these certificates yourself, this would be an example of a certificate that I made that I would turn in or give to the builder I might be working with there. So if you're doing one of those prescriptive options or an option that isn't using an energy model compliance, you're still going to need to turn in that certificate there. Now, we've talked a little bit about these compliance options there. There's the prescriptive U value and R value tables. There's prescriptive UA compliance, which is in essence the res check software. There are other softwares that do that as well. There's the total building performance report, which is basically using energy cost rather than area weighted U value as the compliance metric here. There's the energy rating index pathway, and then there's this new additional energy efficiency requirements that get layered on top of all of these there. But before we get to those alternatives, in the 2021 IECC, this word mandatory has been removed from the code. In essence, it's been replaced by a word called requirement, and requirement means the same thing as mandatory there. But they used to have in the code, it was set up, it said prescriptive or mandatory. And there was some confusion that was created by that, because in things that were prescriptive, there were actually requirements or mandatory requirements that needed to be done here. And I'll show you some examples of that. So in essence, requirements mean mandatory. They mean that they are things that can't be traded off. So they're really talking about, whenever you see a requirement, it's something that's talking about how you install something, versus R value and U value is something that can be traded off. And I'll explain trade-offs here in a second. So requirements must be met by every compliance commission unless there's a specific exception written in the code. Requirements are found in those specific sections. Prescriptive requirements, so that's now prescriptive requirements are just in that prescriptive section of the code. They're no longer highlighted as prescriptive, though. They're just labeled as requirements. So requirements that can't be traded off in most cases, it must be met when using the prescriptive compliance path and met when using other compliance paths if included in the requirement. So you'll see that there are sometimes exceptions in there that will accept you out of it. But in general, these requirements are still required by every pathway in the code here. And then we have the performance approaches that allow you to do these trade-offs to meet the prescriptive R value requirements of the code, but ensure, in essence, energy balance in that house there from a code perspective. You can trade off R values and U values, you can trade off house tightness, you can trade off duct leakage. There are a variety of things that go into these energy trade-offs there to be able to create a balanced equation that, in essence, meets the intent of the code here. So what trade-off is ultimately doing here is saying that you're going to put something more in one location in order to put something less in another location. So from an energy code perspective, thinking of the 2021 IECC and our climate zone, think of the blue ball as my attic insulation. And I'm being asked now to put in R60 in my attic, and I as a builder say, hell no, I'm not gonna do that. I've never put R60 in my attic. I can't figure out why in the world I need to do that. You say, fine. All that means if you're not gonna do that, you can't use the prescriptive pathway through the code unless you're using the area weighted U value alternative. Or you can use one of the other performance options and trade it off. So I'm going to put R38 in my attic instead of R60, but I have to do something else. And in this case, maybe I'm doing 3 different things. I'm going to balance the equation by improving the U value of my window. I'm going to make my house a little tighter than 3 air changes per hour. And I'm going to reduce the duct leakage to outside of the house. And those 3 things maybe would be able to trade off the attic insulation from 60 to 38. Maybe just one of those things could trade it off there. But that's the value of the energy model. And the energy model can be pretty simplistic with the area weighted trade-off compliance path using ResCheck or another compliance tool, or it could be more sophisticated using some of the other compliance options that are available to you. But one of the big things that this trade-off method can do is in specific to the Marshall Fire area, is that it can help us determine potentially the most cost-effective way to meet code, because you can do what-if scenarios, you can do other things there. It might be able to help that, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes the configuration of the house, you have too many windows and the architect isn't willing to reduce the windows. So you're stuck with doing a lot in that house, and it might not be cost-effective, but it's something you should look at. So one of the reasons the mandatory has been taken away and replaced by this idea of requirements, and these requirement tables have been added to the true performance paths of the code, the building performance path and the energy rating index pathway, is because most of these things were listed in what we call the prescriptive path in the past. And just because I was doing the prescriptive R value table and I was building or just because I was using an energy rating index to comply with the house and I was building a ventilated attic heat baffles were located in that prescriptive section. So a lot of people said, well, I don't have to install an attic heat baffle in that house there. And so the reality is that if you're doing a ventilated attic, you still need to install an attic heat baffle. So they just were trying to get rid of this confusion in the code, remove the term mandatory, make everything a requirement, and then just reinforce that those requirements are required in the building performance compliance option and the energy rating index compliance option by putting these tables, these requirement tables in those sections of the code. And then after you've decided your compliance option there, how you're going to demonstrate compliance, you have to do these additional energy features here. So they're applicable to all the compliance approaches. If you're doing the prescriptive approach, you have to choose one of the options. If you're doing the building performance approach, you can choose one of the options, or you can demonstrate cost compliance is 5% better than it would normally be for compliance. And it's same if you're doing the energy rating index pathway, it needs to be 5% better there. So these, again, use an energy modeling software. And the energy modeling software, if you're not using REM rate, has this built into it already there. So some of the softwares have the ability to incorporate that. Some of them don't right now, but you want to make sure that you're meeting this requirement. So what are these options here? So you can have an enhanced thermal envelope performance. You can have more efficient HVAC systems. So this is kind of in alignment with Louisville and Carrier's codes already. You can have more efficient water treating, more efficient HVAC delivery. Means your duct systems are tighter and inside conditioned space potentially, and improved air sealing and ventilation requirements. So those are your choices. Those are the additional energy efficiency that you have to achieve above and beyond compliance with either the prescriptive path or those performance options there. Make sense? Okay, so specific installation requirements. This section of code, there are basically 12 sections here that detail out how you install ceiling insulation, baffles, everything down through mass walls and sunroofs and whatnot. And so we're going to go through these pretty quickly, starting with ceiling insulation. So this is our 402.2 section, and you'll see it goes from 1 to 12 as we go through. So basically, again, think of it from the perspective of requirements that are needed for all compliance paths are those things that deal with installation, and compliance or requirements that specifically talk about R values. Those are things that can be traded off potentially here. That's the easiest way to think about it. So this section of the code says that R38 or 49, depending on your climate zone, shall be deemed to be satisfied the requirement of R60 in our climate zone. So it would be 49 is deemed to meet R60 in our climate zone, wherever the full height of uncompressed R value insulation extends over the top plate. So there are two things going on here. There's an R value requirement and there's an installation requirement. You can trade off the R value, because if I was going to, this should actually say /49. If I was going to install R49 over my attic heave, or over my top plate here, that means I'm going to have a raised hill truss, right? Even an R38 over you're probably going to need a raised hill truss. Even an R30 is probably going to need a raised hill truss, just depending on the height of that truss. So if I don't want to install a raised hill truss, I'm going to trade off this R value, and potentially I can trade it off to 0 over the top plate, and then work my way up to R60, 38, whatever I'm going to put in there. But I have to do that as a trade-off there. The requirement, though, is that whatever insulation you end up with, the full height of it has to extend over the wall top plate there. So that's a requirement regardless of the pathway that you choose in the code. Okay? So the code wants to assure that there's full height of some R value over the top plate. It just doesn't necessarily care how much is there. If you can do a trade-off to make it work with less than R60 or 49, that's fine. So again, you could potentially figure out how to more cost effectively build that assembly without doing, as high a raised hill truss maybe in that application. So raised hill trusses, again, are ensuring that you want to make sure your blocking is back to the back of the stud wall so that you get that coverage over the top there. The theory of attic ventilation here, because what we're talking about ultimately is ventilating these attics in the next section here, is that the ventilation air will go up through our soffit vent here and then over the insulation and up through the ridge vent or other vent that's up high here. The idea here is that if we put a baffle in, that we're going to stop wind washing, which is basically pushing the insulation off the top plate there, and that added ventilation air will not migrate down low in this insulation here. So added ventilation air ideally is going to come down from the top and just be in that top quarter of insulation there. And so we're kind of compensating for our inability to enclose the insulation on 6 sides by the depth of the material there. So this section of the code, the next one says that we have to build our attics properly. And it's talking about roof venting here in a second, as well as insulation. So the roof and ceiling assembly does not allow sufficient space for required insulation. It shall be at least R30. Insulation shall extend over the wall top plate. And then reduction of insulation, if you're going to reduce it, can only be reduced by 500 square feet. And so that's ceilings without attic spaces there. So, that would be, for example, in this case, this is a rafter ceiling. It ended up getting sprayed with spray foam, so they got an R49 in that attic. That wouldn't have complied with the 2021 IECC there, so they would have had to use a performance approach unless they figured out how to implement this section of the code for attic spaces. Here's where we get into attic bead baffles. So the baffles need to be installed. They shall maintain opening size. They shall extend over the top of the insulation, and they shall be installed to the outer edge of the exterior plate. And then lastly, baffles shall be installed continuously. So if I have a vent here and I skip it over here, the worry is that this ventilation air is going to come into the soffit and go around the baffles and continue to push that insulation off the top plate. So if I don't have continuous soffit ventilation, I still need to have continuous baffles in that assembly there. Just some examples. These examples, this one in particular doesn't work because the baffle doesn't come down and connect to the top plate. And they're using fibrous insulation there to block that off, and fibrous insulation doesn't stop the movement of air. It's an air-permeable insulation there. So the air isn't going up and over the insulation, for example. Attic heat baffles, again, baffles shall be installed. I have twice. Sorry about that. Okay, attic access and openings. So the insulation needs to be the same R value required for the wall or ceiling that the opening is passing through there, and it needs to maintain permanent contact with that there. The hatch needs to be sealed as well. So there are a variety of ways to do that. You can weather strip it. You can't damage the insulation. So this is requiring also the attic insulation dam so that you can get full coverage up to the attic hatch, and that insulation isn't going to drop into the house if it's there. And then again, it's for maintaining that permanent R value on the attic hatch. So that's another requirement. Mass walls, if you are building with ICF or logs or other things, there are requirements here that talk about the installation of these things, and then allow, it kind of defines what a mass wall ultimately is here. Now there's, when you get to logs, there's a whole other section with logs, so and we probably aren't going to see that down here. But with regards to mass walls, it's you still have to maintain a certain level of R value there, and generally speaking, that R value needs to be the exterior, and you're bringing that mass inside the house in most cases. Steel framing is another section here. We don't see a lot of steel framing, but if you come across steel framing, you'll want to make sure that you look at these installation requirements and the mandatory requirements in the table there that's associated with that. Floors, we used to always say, in the past codes, that the insulation needs to maintain permanent contact with the subfloor at whatever R value is required there. Now that is one of the options. There are these other options for how to install insulation in floor systems, like floor systems over garages or floor systems at cantilevers, for example, that can work, but they require that this assembly is really airtight here. So if you bring it down here, which is option number 2, You have to ensure that you have an airtight assembly. If you do kind of this mixed approach with some foam board, again, making sure that in essence, the rim joist of that floor system over the garage is super airtight. But you do have choices, but these are installation instructions that you would need to comply with, regardless of the R value that's there. Basement walls. What's nice about basement walls is that they're now defining pretty clearly conditioned basements versus unconditioned basements, what you need to do. So it includes the stairwell down to the basement, the door that's associated with that, and it's an airtight unconditioned basements in Colorado, but if you come across one, this gives you guidance, installation guidance for how to do that and do that properly per the code. Slab edge insulation, getting to your question earlier today, the insulation shall extend downward from the top of the slab on the outside or inside of the foundation wall. The insulation located below grade shall extend 2 to 4 feet depending on the table, which is based off of the frost depth in that climate zone. So in our climate zone, 4 feet. And shall, here's the vertical insulation requirements that you were talking about. When installed on the inside between the stem wall and the slab, the top of the edge of the insulation may be cut at 45. So that's this example here. We're seeing, this is the insulation, might be hard to see back here, but we have the slab and the stem wall. We're seeing there's really no need to cut it at a 45. In fact, it's worse almost if you cut it at a 45. There's still plenty of room to put a carpet tack out by the wall there, and that insulation is dense enough not to pressure or something if somebody's happens to be walking that close to the wall or something there. So it's a great way to do it because slabs are really suckers. They suck a lot of energy out of our houses at that slab edge there. It doesn't have to be. No, that's just in that installation there. Slab and grade floors with floor surfaces of 12 inches or more below grade shall be insulated in accordance with this table. So when you go to this table, this is the U value table in the code. It's really all talking about insulation. So this is the footnote in that table. It's talking about, it's talking about slab edge insulation. So large insulation shall be provided under the full slab area of a heated basement, in addition to the required slab edge insulation that's called out in that table there. So the table says you have to put R10 in our climate zone at the slab edge, unless you trade that off. And so the table is really talking about slab edge insulation, and then for under slab insulation, you have to go into the footnote actually there in terms of the installation requirement.
In 18, on res check, it'll fail a res check on a heated slab if your R10 continues, edging underneath. It'll fail it all the time. You need R15 on res check. Do you have any?
In our climate zone?
Yeah.
In the 18?
Yeah. For a heated slab. I
don't know.
And then it's in the res check itself. I looked it up. They said, no, you need R15 in a heated slab.
Did you go back? Yeah, I guess you would. My first thing would be going back to the 18 code and look at what it says there and then.
So it wouldn't allow a trade-off because slab edges can't be traded off anymore. So that was the whole.
That's a different issue. Yeah. We can talk about that.
Yeah, just.
Crawl space walls. So you're not required to do a conditioned crawl space. It makes a lot of sense, especially in our climate zone, to do a conditioned crawl space. But if you do a vented crawl space, you have to insulate the floor system, and you have to follow the requirements of that section that we just talked about, the floor section there. And so in this case, this probably wouldn't meet the requirements unless they either push the insulation up against the floor deck or they put some type of air barrier on the crawl space side to meet one of those other installation techniques that are shown in that section of the code, R4 2.7 section of the code. But they do continue on to say that if you are going to do a crawl space, a conditioned crawl space section, that you have to permanently fasten the insulation to the wall, and that you have to cover the extent of the wall. But then there's still this kind of, I think, wasteful and nonsensical section of the code that says that then the insulation needs to go down the wall and then vertically 2 to 4 feet there. We don't see it installed that way most of the time, but there is a potential that a code jurisdiction might call you out on that if you don't do that right now.
4 feet on the ground.
Yeah, so in essence, this insulation will come down and then out into the crawl space 2 feet in our plans. And then it talks about the vapor retarder barrier installation if you're doing that conditioned crawl space there. And then you would also almost, you really get kicks to the IRC section with regards to conditioning, slightly conditioning that space and whatnot for the conditioned crawl space. Some rooms are called out here. We're not going to talk about it, but just so you know, there, mass veneer here is basically saying that you don't have to install insulation on this vertical section here, but you have to bring it down and then again down here if you're doing a slab, for example. This is one section that we are not insulating very well. It's this very top of slab. If you have a 10-inch stem wall and a 2x6 wall, you'll have a insulated foundation wall that generally is not getting insulated. But they're saying if you have this situation, you're not required to do that. Okay, so those are the 12 things in that section of the code. In this section of the code, this is the table. It's called the air barrier. Now it's called the air sealing and insulation installation table. This table has components sections down the left-hand column, air barrier installation requirements in the middle, and installation requirements on the right-hand side here. In the 2021, all of these sections have been updated to some extent there. So if you're working in Marshall Fire in this area, you want to make sure you reference those sections, and we'll go through them a bit. So again, air barriers from a code perspective are defined as assemblies that are joined together. An air barrier may be a single material or a combination of materials. And then it also requires continuity of that. So they have a combination of materials and assemblies, but you have that continuity all the way around your building envelope. So if you understand that concept and you work with this table well, and you understand the installation requirements of that table, you should never have a problem meeting 3 air changes per hour air leakage rates that are required by the code here. And your energy raters or energy consultants can help you through inspection achieve that there. From a code perspective, what this means is that they are really thinking about this air barrier and this building thermal envelope from a belts and suspenders perspective. So the primary interior air barrier would be your drywall, and the continuity of that drywall, and the continuity of your exterior sheathing would be your exterior air barrier. So we have an assembly of things that are creating that air barrier system here. Ultimately, what this table is asking about is where there's not continuity, that you either add a supplemental air barrier there, or you do some air sealing, or something to ensure that you have that continuity of your air barrier system all the way around the house. This idea of a red line or blue line test that we showed the requirement earlier is that you're going to demonstrate the continuity of your air barrier system, usually on your sectional drawings, by either being able to run a pen around your building thermal envelope without taking your pen off the paper. If your pen comes off the paper, there's discontinuity somewhere there. And this was a kind of relatively simple test that this building scientist, Joe Stiebrick, kind of developed to help builders understand this concept of continuity that's made its way into the code. The key air barrier attributes, again, are continuity, strength of that air barrier system. So generally speaking, flexible air barriers are not preferred. They can work, but your level of installation has to be kind of at your A game or A+ game there. Durability of that assembly, is it going to last? Is that air barrier system going to last the life of the house ultimately, which is what we want? Stiffness, that's why we want stiffness of that. And then ultimately, I don't know why it popped off there, but ultimately impermeability of the material. The air can't pass through it in order for it to be an air barrier system.
I have a question. In this example, that horizontal portion on the third floor,
Yeah.
what is that?
So this is a traditional house like in the 1900s or whatever. So the insulation is not in continuous in my rafter system here. So the insulation comes from the flat down here and then in this knee wall here. So you also need to insulate and get your air barrier system here.
So you're wrapping an air barrier over the
Yeah,
floor there.
exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. And in particular, these houses, from a retrofit perspective, this connection is usually open, so this air is going into here. So you want to make sure that all of that is separated.
How often do you think it gets installed that way?
Yeah, that's the whole
Yeah.
whole idea of going over this. Yeah. Walls adjoining porches. So there's some areas where the continuity is really lacking here. And that's why I pointed out that electrical panel as well earlier today. But the porch roof, so we want to make sure that we get our sheathing down, because that's going to be our primary exterior air barrier before we install the trusses that might be carrying that porch roof framing there. Otherwise, you're going to have the floor system inside the house actually attached to that porch roof. And once you've socketed that porch roof assembly, you'll never know. But you've had the performance degradation in the assembly, for the life of that house here. Here's an example of a detail that could be included on your construction documents there. Stairs are another one. Often the continuity of the air barrier on the inside of the house, which would be primarily your drywall, is interrupted by the stringer of the stairs or by all this framing underneath the stairwell. And so you want to make sure that your air barriers go all the way through these assemblies from one to the other here. So here they installed some thermal ply here, so we're putting drywall down over the thermal ply to the stringer and then up from the other side. So they have a continuous air barrier all the way across that stringer there, as an example. Now we're going to go through each of these requirements pretty quickly until lunch arrives here. So the first one in that table is talking about these general requirements. It says that we have to have the continuity of our air barrier system, that breaks and joints in the air barriers need to be sealed. So these are overarching requirements. The other requirements are talking about specific locations, but even if you have discontinuity somewhere else that isn't specifically called out, this is an overarching requirement. It's basically saying you have to have continuity of your thermal envelope and your air barrier system everywhere in the house there, even if it wasn't specifically called out in this section. What the others are basically those key areas where we often see issues in the house. And then the overarching requirement from an insulation perspective is that air permeable insulation shall not be used as a sealing material here, which we unfortunately see a lot. There's a hole, we'll stuff fiberglass in that hole. Just because I can't see through the hole doesn't mean that air and other stuff isn't moving through that hole, right? I need air impermeable material. Otherwise, the insulation just turns black as the air moves through that insulation. That one's going to come back and haunt us, that picture here. So stop filling the holes with air permeable insulation. And we know that there's an issue in the industry because industry professionals are installing this. You know, the insulator's installing the fiberglass there, and then they're foaming it and not understanding what the material can do and can't do. So as construction managers or supervisors, we need to help educate our trade partners about what's going on in order to be successfully meet these program incentives that are ceilings and attics. Drop ceilings and sockets need to be addressed, and accesses need to be addressed. Some of these are redundant from the section before there, but there's potentially new requirements. Insulation shall be aligned with the air barrier system there. So to define our building thermal envelope, to get that separation from conditioned space to unconditioned space, we have a continuity of our thermal envelope, our insulation, and our air barrier systems being in alignment with each other all the way around our building envelope. So with drop ceilings, a potential diagram that you have on your building set here would be to ensure that you get the air barrier to our exterior wall, the air barrier at the bottom quarter of our truss, and then we're going to build that drop down ceiling, and that can light and that whole drop down is inside the building thermal envelope. I don't have an issue there anymore. Whereas this, I have actual direct connection between my ventilated attic and my exterior wall here. And the insulation isn't going to work. My air tightness isn't going to work. None of that. So who's responsible for most of the air barrier issues in our houses?
Insulation.
Okay. So the issue is that we need to change our paradigm here. Framers are responsible for 90% of the air barrier issues in our houses. So again, we need to help our framers understand that when they come to this location and they're framing and they know they're going to put a drop ceiling in here, well, they've got to do a couple things. They need to get that air barrier to the exterior wall. They need to get the air barrier to the underside of this truss board here, and then they can do the overframing for the drop ceiling there. Because again, it brings the drop ceiling into the conditioned space. They can insulate cleanly right across the top of that there. And they're not pushing the job to the next trade and making it almost impossible for that next trade to be successful at doing it. Because after this has been framed out, now trying to get the air barriers up in these locations, it becomes really difficult to do that. So it's a framer's job almost always to do that. But unfortunately, the framers don't see it. I was in a house yesterday with an attic knee wall, and they didn't define a cavity of that knee wall that's adjacent to a ventilated attic. They've got framing there, but it's not thick enough to actually insulate. There's no top plate. There's no attic side sheathing. We'll see knee walls come up here as well. So again, some details that you might be able to incorporate it, but we get some pretty elaborate drop sockets and ceilings in our houses. And we want to make sure that they're very difficult to insulate, make sure the insulation can just go over the top. Attic access openings, we talked about, making sure the R value is the same as the R value that it's penetrating, whether it's a knee wall access or top, and that it's air sealed or gasketed as well. Walls, the junction of the foundation and the sill plate is sealed. The junction of the top plate and the top of exterior wall. So when it says top of exterior walls, if I have a Denver square, it doesn't just mean the 4 exterior walls. It means any top plate that is adjacent to the exterior. I had one builder say, you know, why do I need to gasket this interior partition wall between bedrooms to a ventilated attic? And we'll show you why. That's what it's saying. Any top plate that's adjacent to an unconditioned space needs to be gasketed. Deals with kneel walls. How many people knew that corners and headers corners and headers need to actually be insulated? It's a mandatory requirement of the code. We need to address that way sooner in our construction process, especially with our engineers, and ensuring that they are engineering the house with that in mind. Exterior thermal envelope insulation for the frame walls shall be installed in substantial contact and finish line if they are there. Again, there. So sealing the junction of the foundation and the sill plate. There's a variety of ways to do that. There's some super cool new techniques that are coming, being involved with this material. The first thing to know about this material, Sill Seal, is that it is not an air sealing material. It's not designed to be an air sealing material. What's it designed for?
Moisture control.
Moisture control, capillary break there. Other tape products and liquid flashing materials are coming on the market to seal this gap between. There's a guy you probably heard of, Matt Reisinger, is doing all these videos and showing a lot of these techniques here out there. So stop using this as an air sealing mechanism. You still need it, but you need to install it actually underneath the framing so that you can seal around it. It can't be sticking out because you can't seal it. Yeah.
I can't quite tell what is that. Is that like a replacing water that goes down and across?
This one?
Or is it a flushing?
This is a tape product. I think it's a CEDAR product.
I'd like to bring this product.
Kind of, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and a lot of things we get this sealing. So here's an example of the seal sticking out here. So they've sealed it here, but they actually haven't addressed the air sealing issue very well. And then we're also going to see come out here. This is the rim board sill plate connection. I challenge you to go look at any of your houses and you'll see this gap. And we'll see how you address it. So this is kind of the new technique here, is doing this Z sealing. I call it Z because you'll put a bead of a flexible caulk down on the foundation, lay your sill seal down, and then another bead of flexible caulk. Some guys are doing an extra bead around each of the tie downs there, and you're getting that product to be actually an air sealed product as well as the capillary break. Lots of liquid flashes again out there, other tape products out there that you can use for that. The junction of the top plate and the top of the exterior wall. So this gap between my top plate, see, I'm looking down, I'm standing in the attic, looking at the top plate. There are sometimes large gaps between the top plate and the drywall, and sometimes it's a small gap. But if this small gap, if I add up the lineal feet of that gap, it becomes a large hole that even I can find there. And you just get air moving through that. So what it's saying is you need to seal this drywall. You can use seal as one option there, as it's getting connected every 8 inches or so. You're going to create a seal against that. There are also flexible caulks or other types of gaskets that you can do. But again, you need to do interior and exterior walls that are adjacent to that ventilated attic space there. That's what the requirement's looking for.
So seal doesn't work on the foundation that's there, or it works here in the top plate. Is that mechanically? Because the foundations are generally.
Yes. Yeah.
So the product is here.
It could be, yeah.
Could be. All right. We're never sure.
Yeah. So,
Sure.
yeah. Let's talk about this material.
Yeah, so the seal, right, the putting on the top plate just is drywall. It works because the top plate is flat and you actually get compression there as opposed to the foundation. Before the foundation, there's so many, irregularities on the top. It's not really the product, it's the mechanics of the surface.
Yes, with the caulk. With the, not the caulk, but the sealant.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's why adding the sealant on the sill plate helps it work, achieve its goal. Attic knee walls, again, are notoriously poor spaces, but framers don't realize that necessarily that this is another exterior wall, a wall separating conditioned space from unconditioned space. So this wall, this is drywall backing. We also need a top plate. We pretty much have a bottom plate. We need some type of attic side sheathing, and then your drywall would be your 6-side of that assembly. So one thing to always think about is 6-sided assemblies. Insulated assemblies almost always need to be 6-sided assemblies unless potentially you're using a blown foam product. But even when you use a blown foam product, you might need that 6 sides. So for example, if I blew here and I didn't have a 6-side up here, that might come between the insulation and the drywall in there. So generally speaking, you always want a 6-sided assembly there. So we need a top plate, a bottom plate, side studs, attic side sheathing, and then your interior drywall. And again, here's an example of a potential drawing that would help the situation potentially for the framework. Yeah. The other thing about attic knee walls is that we're starting to see more and more truss systems define the knee wall space. This is particularly hard because the gable truss is put on edge, and yeah, I don't even have a cavity size that I can insulate. I need roughly, you generally need a 3.5-inch cavity to insulate. But besides that, I'm going to need to define a cavity here, so I'm going to have to do some extra framing, get a top plate in there, got my bottom plate, I'm going to have to get attic side sheathing. You might even want, depending on how the truss is oriented, you might even want to sheathe that attic side first and then put the truss against it, depending on the system that you're working with there. Insulated headers and corners. We need to get this information on the plan set, pure and simple. There are a variety of different ways to do it. We're seeing, in that far right picture up there, we're seeing people blow those assemblies with their normal blown or batted if they're using bats. But we need to get these assemblies insulated, and this also becomes more imperative if you're trying to go for EnergySmart version, any EnergySmart or DOE compliance, because there are additional thermal bridging requirements beyond this that happen in those programs. And if you were to do passive house, it takes thermal bridging even to another level that you need to think about. So with regards to these air barriers, you're basically trying to figure out how to define the space. Do I want this to be inside or outside the building envelope? This is around the fireplace here. This is a double wall cavity here. So define where the thermal boundary is, and then ensure that you get your air barrier up against that thermal boundary so that the other parts of that assembly are brought into the conditioned space of the house here. So that's the biggest question that a rater or a code official might ask is, where do you want your thermal boundary to be? Once you've defined where you want it to be, generally you can figure out how to make it work successfully. So again, I've got chases coming up here. So in this case, they put in a supplemental air barrier in there first. They cut a hole, it's going to get insulated. They'll put the flap up and tape it and seal it up. Then my drywall can come up around this chase here, because this whole chase, whether it's for a duct or it's decorative or whatever it's for, it's going to be inside the building envelope here. So you're defining where that air barrier system is going to be in your assembly. Easy ones, you have to seal off that penetration between your windows and your framing materials there. Hopefully after you flashed the window properly, you tilted your pan, put in a sill plan, done all the other flashing details for those windows that you've installed here. The rim joist shall include an exterior air barrier. Why this has been added is that there is no documented evidence that within a floor system, because of the height of the floor system, that a interior air barrier is needed in that location. So you're not, that 6-sided enclosure is kind of everywhere except 2 locations. One would be at the rim joist, the other would be in a ventilated attic space where you're not required to put it on top, generally because of the difficulty of installing it. But you've got to make sure that this exterior air barrier, which is your rim board, is rock solid in that case, and that the insulation is actually touching the surface that is intended to insulate, which are the 2 biggest problems with rim joists here. Rim joist shall be insulated so that it maintains permanent contact, which we're talking about. So our rim joist, this is the connection that Steve was mentioning. you know, it's generally not level enough, so we're getting big gaps there, or we're shimming it, we're doing other things. The other area is my rim board to sill plate connection and my rim board to subfloor connection here. You see the light through there. So the code is asking us to get continuity there to get rid of these leakage pathways. The other big issue about these leakage pathways is that they're on the low side of my home, which means that in our houses, we have this thing called stack effect going on in the house, where just air warming naturally and rising and leaving on the high side. And as it leaves, it's bringing air back in. And generally, the high side holes and the low side holes are the holes that are most detrimental in our houses there. So the code's saying seal your sill plate to the foundation, seal your rim board to the sill plate, seal your rim board to the subfloor, and you'll have a successful assembly. Or spray foam the whole thing. This is one of the best locations for spray foam. I'm not a huge proponent of spray foam, but great location if you're going to use it. Come down, but make sure you get over the top of your foundation there. Another detail that you can use. The insulation again needs to actually be touching the surface. You can see like this. Half the time we get it kind of this crescent shape. The insulation's not touching the surface. You can see kind of the issues with the thermal imaging up there. It's not touching the insulation. Air barriers shall be installed at exposed edges of the insulation. So from a floor systems perspective, the exposed edges are the rim of that rim board of that floor system there. It needs to be super airtight. And then it's, I guess it doesn't. I thought it took you back to section 402.7, which is the floor section for insulating your floor system there. But you want to remember, you have those three choices for how to insulate your floor system. So the big one in terms of that continuity of your air barrier system and the 6 sides of that floor system over the garage is the connection between inside the house and outside the house here. So getting all of this blocking sealed off properly in that assembly there. And then if cantilevers, if they're blown or whatnot, making sure that they're all sealed off there. Cantilever, same thing. We want a 6-sided cavity there. So we need to get some type of blocking there and then get it air sealed in place. That's ultimately what the code is requiring. Components and basement. So exposed earth and unvented crawl spaces shall be covered, and then penetrations through concrete foundations shall be air sealed. Talks about the class 1 vapor retarder in that ventilated crawl space or conditioned crawl space. Here, crawl space insulation, taking you back to that section that tells you, you know, where bring your insulation down and then out. Conditioned basements and slat on grade. So we're starting to get the code to reference us back to other sections here and just get into the details of making sure that it's happening properly. So some pits, for example, are penetrations through the slab that should be sealed according to that section of the code now. And then we kind of already talked about it. Shaft and penetrations, flue shaft, similar penetrations, utility penetrations, insulations shall be fit tightly around utilities passing through the shaft, and potentially you can use that as a backer rod in essence to seal against. So the big thing there again is to get your air barrier up first. So Franklin, again, get your air barrier up first before you need to penetrate it. And then cut a right size hole. So install the air barrier first, cut a right size hole through it, and then pass whatever you're going to pass through that shaft there, and then seal it up and seal it properly. What we're starting to learn more and more is that the best way to do it, although you might have multiple penetrations, is one item through one hole. Cut the right size hole, and then stick whatever you're going to stick through it and seal it up right. You can see in this case we have one one item, but it's not air sealed very well, but it becomes even more difficult when you've got multiple items. And, you know, although this might not matter as much if you're trying to just reach 3 air changes per hour, when you're starting to reach these tighter home limits, like the passive house limits, or potentially even the 2 air changes per hour that you're probably going to get with the DOE Zero Energy Ready Home program, this level of detail becomes more and more important. Yeah. Things that you didn't think leaked will show up when you've taken all the big holes out of the equation. Yeah. Narrow cavities are addressed, you know, just making sure that narrow cavities are insulated well. Garage separation is addressed as well, although it doesn't, you know, this is where it takes you referencing back to the floor insulation installation criteria there. It doesn't, you know, these are really complex assemblies within other complex assemblies of our house here. And the code unfortunately doesn't ask us to actually test that the garage is separated from our house. But if you want to make sure that you do the best job possible at the location, because we start our car there, a large source of carbon monoxide, we store gas and paint and pesticides, all the stuff in our garages that we don't want that air to get into our house. It's not really an energy issue, it's more of a health and safety issue here, which the code is all about. All codes are about health and safety, right? Recessed lighting, air sealed insulation contract cans installed according to this section. And then again, same thing. So they not only have to be insulation contact, but they need to be airtight cans as well. We don't often, you know, the can itself might be tight, but the connection between the can and the drive is generally where we're seeing issues now that we're using airtight cans there. So you want to make sure that those are sealed or gasketed, and that the electrician or whoever isn't just throwing away that gasket. Plumbing and wiring and other instructions. Holes created need to be sealed. Air barrier assemblies are sealed. Better yet, bring the stuff into the conditioned space of the house. Again, is your air barrier at first. Bring your plumbing line into the conditioned space of the house. It's crazy how often you see plumbing lines actually installed in ventilated attics there. And then insulation criteria associated with that. Tubs and showers, this is probably the number one thing on this list that is being done and done well pretty much across the board there. But make sure you get your continuity of your air barrier below the lip of the tub, behind shower pans, seats, other things that you see in these bathrooms, that you have the continuity of that air barrier. Tile backer stops at a certain point, and then you have to add your supplemental air barrier system. Other examples. Fireplaces have actually were ultimately removed from the code as a place to concentrate on, but again, that general section brings them back in to the code. So my drywall is coming across this balloon frame wall and then across the front of my fireplace. If I don't get a supplemental air barrier back there, and I can actually see the insulation there, I don't have that continuity of my thermal boundary, my air barrier system and my thermal boundary system there. So you want to get your air barrier first, and then do that. So you can see in this case, you didn't get their air barrier. When you did all this over frame, it becomes super difficult to make this assembly work. As a side note, I have to go out. There's a casita on the other side of this wall, and they're only sharing about this much of the wall over here, but we can't get that casita to pass the air leakage. Right? One because it's so small volume, but there's connections all over the place because they didn't sequence it. So again, fireplaces, get your air barrier up first because it's super difficult to get back here to make it work. Electrical, the air barrier shall be installed behind electrical and communication devices. Alternatively, air-sealed boxes shall be installed. So what we're seeing now in the field is that insulators generally are coming in and they're air sealing these holes and whatnot, like sealing it off here. They're getting insulation behind this box here.
Good, period. I spoke to a gentleman from there today, and he gave me an email address to send it to, but I believe I will copy the one you gave me as well.
My
Just
perspective,
make sure
it could fall in painters' scope of work, but we
we
actually need to get it in their scope of work. So they can,
Thanks, exclamation
or
point.
you can use airtight boxes, and there's a whole section that talks about airtight boxes you can use. Airtight boxes have gasketed openings where the wire comes through, a flange where you can attach an air barrier system to that flange and gasket it. So a variety of different types of boxes out there. The problem with these boxes is, this box is $5 and that box is 90 cents. So making it work for you. HVAC register boots shall be sealed to the subfloor wall covering or ceiling penetrated by the boot. This is a change in the 2021 IECC because it's not referencing, I'm sorry, it's not a change. It's still referencing the thermal envelope. We're trying to get it to not reference the thermal envelope. So if it's penetrating from a ventilated attic to the house, it's got to be sealed. It's going to help the performance of the HVAC system if you just seal it to everything that is penetrating through. But it's only required if it's penetrating through the building thermal envelope to seal that.
Also, Energy Star requirement.
It is okay, good point. An Energy Star requirement, which.
Honey, your mailbox is full. I can't get a hold of you. Call me when you can, please.
Every time it's penetrating through.
Your mailbox is full. I can't get a hold of you, period. Call me, please.
Other penetrations that this is getting at.
Your mailbox is full.
For wiring and plumbing and gas lines, fat fan penetrations. These need to be sealed.
Your mailbox is full. I can't get a hold of you, period. Call me, please.
Back fans are notoriously cut, an inch or more bigger than the housing. When you're standing in the attic and you can see all that light, it's a problem. Other things that should be sealed, traps, plumbing traps are a big one that are kind of this next generation of things that are starting to show up to be issues out there. So sealing those can help you achieve your air leakage requirements. Concealed sprinklers are tough to seal because you can only seal as recommended by the manufacturer. But there are two things happening with them. One is that they can be severely detrimental to the building thermal envelope unless this air barrier system and envelope are done right. So trying to install the sprinkler inside the conditioned space makes a lot of sense. And throw it. And the other is that we have all these penetrations, and the same thing going here is that air is going to be leaking around that as well as around this. You can feel on the outside of this opening here, because the discussion plate connects to the inside there, and this little bead is what melts off in the flame, and this whole discussion plate falls into the inside. So as long as you're not impeding with that, you can do some air sealing on these systems here. I have these connections. Single family and multifamily. There's only one section in the Marshall Fire that destroyed 30 townhouses here. But if you're building townhouses outside of the Marshall Fire area, these shaft liner assemblies are incredibly leaky assemblies. And it's all leaky because of this required gap between the framing and the shaft liner firewall here. This gap is open directly to our ventilated attic spaces, and potentially directly to the outside, the front and back of the house. There's not a lot of leakage going from unit to unit. There's a little bit, but not a lot there. So all of these assemblies now allow air sealing of these assemblies if you use the right air sealing foam. And you still have to put the fire blocking material, which might be a rock wool in there. Put the rock wool in there, and then you can seal on top of that, or vice versa. But it's now listed in the UL assemblies that you can seal that there. So this is the fire block material. This is the air sealing material there. Can't replace, in theory, it can't replace the fire block, but you can add to it. And this is what they call the BFUV guide, where they explain what actual materials you can use to do that sealing. So look at that. Also, these materials treat them like an exterior wall and do all the air barrier details in that table, coat table, against this wall. Like if you had a fireplace or a tub against it. Yeah.
So we are allowed to add foam then to the air sealing mineral?
Yeah.
And our.
Fucking A, man.
They might or might not be, but you can take this documentation and say it's listed in the assembly and I'm allowed to do it in the assembly. No. Yeah. Some additional requirements, all permanent installed light fixtures shall contain a high efficacy lighting source. So in the past, you had to do 75% or 90% of the lighting with, in essence, LED lighting. Now in 2021, you have to do 100% of the lighting there. There are also now interior lighting control requirements in the code, and also exterior lighting control requirements in the code. And the exterior one ultimately, I believe, takes you to the commercial code there as well. Another requirement is testing of fan flows. So we've learned through the EnergySmart program over the years that a bath fan that's installed in a bathroom that's supposed to push 50 CFM of air doesn't actually push 50 CFM of air because we're required to test it for EnergySmart. Now in the code, you're required to test bath fans, kitchen hoods, and whole house control mechanical ventilation, that they're actually achieving these rates of flow of air. Testing performed according to the ventilation requirements there, and then construction where required. Basically, you can use a third party to do that. You have to provide a report, and then there's an exception that follows basically the EnergySmart exception. If you're venting your range hood with a 6-inch duct and you have only one 90-degree elbow in that duct, the assumption is that you're able to push at least 100 CFM of air and you don't have to test it. But if you're venting it in let's say a 5-inch duct and you have 2 elbows, or your 6-inch duct and you have 2 elbows, then you will have to test it. Ventilation triggers are requirements for testing. House tightness triggers are requirement for installing whole house controlled mechanical ventilation. So it is a requirement to build our houses tight. That's at 3 air changes in our climate, and to ventilate it correctly according to the code. So you have to do both. And this is where it gets triggered in the IRC sections of the code here. So we have to test our houses. We have to design our mechanical systems in our houses, doing our manual J, S, and D calculations if you're doing a traditional forced air system, but you still have to do a lot of this with heat pumps as well. If we're testing our houses, there's some big confusion that happened in the 2021 with this statement. It says the maximum area rate for any building or dwelling unit under the compliance shall not exceed 5 air changes per hour. So a good thing happened in this and a bad thing happened. The good thing happened is that a new metric has been added into the compliance path in terms of quantifying air leakage. We can now use the CFM per square foot metric, which means that our smaller volume units, it's going to be better for those smaller volume units. The bad thing is that this is only applicable to the performance pass of the code, and it's not clear in the code that that's the case. What they're saying is that in theory, you could build a leakier house and put in more R value and U value in your building envelope and trade off to a leakier house. It's not really how trade-offs work. Generally speaking, you're trying to reduce your R value requirements by building a tighter house. But this is saying that you can do a trade-off in the opposite direction. So they're separating prescriptive and performance air leakage requirements now in the 2021 IECC, and hopefully in 24 it will become more clear that that's exactly what they're doing. So this section is only really for R405 and R406 compliance there. And you'll see that it says there is an exception that's associated with all this that says that for smaller dwelling units, you can go to the CFM metric and you can actually go up to 0.30 CFM instead of 0.28 CFM.
So just, maybe you know, clarify that a little bit more too. When you're going to this performance path with energy modeling, the reference home is still referencing 3 air changes per hour.
Yes.
Okay, so it's going to be, so I would say don't get excited that you can go to 5, because going to 5 air changes per hour is going to be like an R30 wall assembly or an R60. I mean, it's going to take a lot to trade off that earlier. So really still shoot for that type of movie.
Yes.
It's just when you get to that 3.1, you don't have to automatically fail, which is a
yeah. Good point. So this is where they come back here, and it's a little bit more clear here because it says when complying with the prescriptive compliance, you're at your traditional 3 and 5 air changes depending on your climate zone. Our climate zone is 3 air changes here. So the core requirement hasn't changed. They just allowed this alliance, this trade-off backstop that the code developers are really hooked on this. Not allowing blanket trade-offs. They want to stop you at a certain point. Again, it could be tested by an approved third party. In fact, in essence, it's saying a code official could go out with a blower door and test it themselves, but they're not going to, so they're going to allow a third party to do that testing. And then you have to report it. There are a variety of different ways to report the air leakage of the house. If you're doing software compliance option, it can be printed out with that. If you're not, you're going to have to create a report if you're doing a prescriptive. Other testing requirements in the code are testing now duct leakage regardless of the location of the duct. If it's outside or inside, you have to test the duct system regardless of its location. In the past, you only had to test it if it was located in unconditioned space. Any portion of the duct is located in unconditioned space. We learned that we actually have to define duct systems here because some folks are not testing the entirety of the duct system, especially in climates where they install their ducts in the garage or their furnace in the garage and they don't hook it up at a rough stage of construction. People have been testing just the supply side and not the return side of the system. But the filter box, the filter slots, the duct boot, all the way to the diffuser, those are all parts of the duct system. So you want to test the entirety of the duct system. Now it's still at 4 CFM for 100 feet of condition floor area is your target. So if you're building a 2,000 square foot house, 80 CFM of air duct is allowed. You're allowed to test at a rough stage of construction or post-construction, basically finished stage of construction. And if the air handler and all the ducts are inside the conditioned space, the system is allowed to be a little bit leakier there. It's not recommended because you still have performance issues of comfort and whatnot that might not be achieved with that level of leakage, but it is allowed.
So is that also the case with the performance band? Because I think when I was reading that table, it says still it's tested, but there's no.
I haven't read it that way, but I might be choosing to. Not read it. Duct leakage outside, if you're doing a performance pathway and you want to use duct leakage as a trade-off mechanism, you will have to do this, continue to do this test there, which is quantifying the true energy detriment of duct leakage. Duct leakage, ducts that are leaking outside the building envelope, all that conditioned air, portion of that is leaking outside the conditioned envelope. If you have less duct leakage outside, you could trade that off for maybe less attic insulation or something else. Required if present, so there are a lot of things in the code. If you actually install it, there's a requirement for how you install it. If you install it, it doesn't matter. So an example of that would be heat drain wake heat recovery systems would be covered by that. Ducts in floor spaces. So how do you define if the duct is inside conditioned space or outside conditioned space? There's some locations like if the duct's in an exterior wall and you install the insulation in this way, you can claim that duct to be inside the conditioned space. So that might be important if you decide to run ducts up an exterior wall or in a floor system as well. There. So those are the core requirements for installing insulation and air barrier systems in our houses that is consistent across the 3 jurisdictions that we're talking about today. Basic thing to understand is that requirements sometimes mix our values and our values and installation requirements together in the same paragraph. So break them apart. Our values and U values can be traded off. Requirements of how you install it can't be traded off. Jurisdictions are getting better and better at inspecting this stuff. So, really recommend that you work with your trade partners to get this stuff installed in accordance to code. These programs take these basic things that are required in code. They are required in these programs and these incentivized programs as well. They might take it to a higher level, but the main higher level that they're taking it to is the level of verification and inspection that they're taking it to. That you have a true third-party independent person going out, looking at it, and that's their specialty, that's their job, that's what their certification is tied to that. And if they don't do their job well, potentially their certification gets. So expect that you're going to be held to a higher level of install doing these incentive programs. Okay, lunch is here. So if we come back at 1, lunch, we should be able to get out a little bit later than I advertised. If you haven't signed in, please sign in. We're going to do a giveaway at the end as well. And then folks are online. We'll come back at 1 o'clock and start. Thanks for joining.
Robbie, do you have, if you're talking about getting all these details on a drawing, do you have a drawing, sort of speaking to this, or you just have all the details?
I've been collecting small details.
This conference will now be recorded.
So the next part that we're going to go into is a bit of a dive into Energy Star. We'll talk about NextGen, and then ultimately we'll end the day with talking about the DOE Zero Energy Ready Home Program, and then some of the incentives that are for builders directly. First thing, remember, Energy Star version 3.2 is a standalone incentivized program at $10,000. If you add NextGen or new certification to it, the NextGen part means electrification. So if you do the Energy Star NextGen program, you will be doing the Energy Star version 3.2 and electrification. I mean, especially homeowners are asking those questions to me. I think the other thing that we're seeing, it kind of goes back to what we were talking about this morning, is that we're seeing a lot of houses get designed, go to permit, and then they're choosing their incentive program that they want to try to achieve. And largely they're choosing that from the perspective of the incentive payment, which is fine. But the reality is that to me, it's less likely that they're going to successfully actually achieve that incentive payment because they haven't taken into account the requirements of these programs and even code in the design process of their house. So if you're talking to homeowners, it's really worthwhile to begin the discussion about potential ways to reduce the construction cost, but also increase the ultimate performance of the house by choosing the appropriate incentive payment and program for that particular client and house and whatnot. But it goes back to what we were talking about earlier, is that integrated design process and understanding that building a house, even building a house to these newer codes, really involves understanding the codes and programs and incorporating all those things into the house that you're designing so that you successfully achieve your goals ultimately. So Energy Star, the key components almost there really are the energy rating that you do to pre-qualify the house for the program. What we're seeing with energy efficiency at any level is that some sort of energy model is super helpful in understanding how that house ultimately is going to perform. From a code perspective, you're given options of different kind of levels of an energy model that you can begin with. In Energy Star, they're utilizing the ResNet HERS energy rating software to help determine the energy performance of that house. And by requiring that you utilize that at the beginning of your construction process, it also helps ensure that you've got the right specifications in the house to successfully achieve that certification or that level of performance. But you can't forget about the requirements that are embedded in this series of checklists that they also accompany these programs, or those mandatory requirements that we went over this morning in the code. It's basically those types of things. Comfort, complete thermal enclosure system. So the comfort of these of this Energy Star program is really trying to ensure comfort. It's really partially about energy efficiency, but also about achieving comfort in those houses. Also indoor air quality to an extent. You'll see that the DOE Zero Energy Ready Home Program builds off of Energy Star's beginning points of addressing indoor air quality and takes it to another level there. But you're gaining control and predictability of the airflow in that house. You're starting to have a requirement for a specific level of filtration that you can always go beyond. And then you're taking out the potential issues of combustion safety or backdrafting of atmospherically vented appliances. It just won't happen in an Energy Star house because you can't have an atmospherically vented appliance. So what's the most common atmospherically vented appliance that will backdraft? Water heaters, yeah. So you want to make sure that it's unlikely that you'll be installing one, but they're still available on the market. And we want to make sure, especially if you're building an Energy Star house, you can't install them in those houses. And then durability. Durability is dealing with water management. So remember when I talked about the control layers, the different control layers in level, in order of importance, in essence, to that house is water, both water control layers, air control layers, thermal control layers, and then vapor control layers. Almost all of these durability components of the Energy Star program are dealing with bulk water issues to ensure that that house is protected against bulk water, but also that there's some ability of drying potential in those assemblies, because basically regardless of whatever we do with regards to weather resistant barriers and flashing techniques and cladding on our houses, that whole belt and suspenders approach that we do with building those assemblies are going to get wet at some point in time. They're going to get wet, and so we will have to also think about how are they going to dry, how are they going to drain, how are they going to work there. So that's largely what the water components of this program are about here. So again, going back to this table, we benchmark things, reference it at the 2006 IECC. We have the 2009 IECC. They're kind of different ideas of how efficient we got. From the last table, you might notice here that in this case, it's saying about 8% more efficient than the 2006. The other table, it was about 15. So there's kind of these arguments about that. But regardless, we know that it's better than the 2006. 2012 was even more efficient. And this was around when Energy Star version 3 came out in somewhere in between 2009 IECC and the 2006. So the Energy Star version 3 was kind of hitched its wagon to the 2009 IECC as kind of its base point, and they're always trying to be, roughly 10% better than that code that's their baseline there. We have Energy Star version 3.1, which Colorado is going to be a state that's moving to that as its state version of Energy Star in January there, and it's about 10% better than the 2018 IECC. And then we have version 2, which we're using in 3.2, which we're using in the Marshall Fire rebuild, which is using as its reference points the 2021 IECC, and it's about 10% better than the 2021 IECC in that perspective there. So this is just kind of that implementation schedule. So again, the version 3 program, or the version 3 version of the Energy Star program will be sunsetting. So you can't use it. These are the states that are still utilizing version 3. And the reason they're utilizing version 3 is there are states like Colorado that are home rule states. A home rule state means that every jurisdiction has the ability to adopt their own code. And therefore, because they weren't building to the 2018 code, Energy Star felt that they couldn't make people build to Energy Star version 3.1 that was attached to the 2018 IECC. In Colorado, the majority of the jurisdictions have moved past the 2009 IECC. So, and that's been true, really, through all these states that are going through this conversion process, and why they feel they can sunset version 3 and move forward with version 3.1. And then I think the implementation schedule for 3.2 is in 2024, I believe, is that they'll start phasing that in on a national level. But they have allowed groups like Excel Energy to adopt it as their program because they wanted a specific, high level of efficiency gained by building to this program in order to release the incentive dollars that they wanted to put into the community there. Version 3.2 is utilizing the checklist. These checklists have just come out. And they're the revision 12 checklists of it. So you want to make sure you've downloaded the right checklist in there, and you'll see that the version 12 checklist references Energy Star version 3, 3.1, and 3.2. There are some instances where things that are referenced in the checklist are only applicable to 3.1 and not 3.2, for example, or vice versa. So you'll have to go into the footnotes of the checklist to understand that. So similarly to code, you have to demonstrate compliance with the Energy Star program by using the Energy Rating Index score, which we'll talk about here. That's your kind of compliance mechanism. And then you have to comply with all the mandatory requirements of the program. And all the mandatory requirements of the program are embedded in these different checklists that have been developed by Energy Star there. Now, the point of these revisions of it, so we're up to the revision 12 now of those checklists, is that the new, any checklist item that was confusing, hopefully has been clarified. And it's taken them 12 times to get it to this level of clarification there. So they probably have some more work to do there. So we'll see other revisions come out. It helps simplify the program because it is a checklist-driven program. It can get pretty confusing, but I would say it's more confusing for the builder and that's one of the reasons why you want to hook up with a good energy rater who's been certified to implement this program and help you work through those things that are confusing them. And then ultimately, revisions help improve the overall program there. So that's why we're seeing that happen. The certification process, again, is working with the Energy Rating Index pathway. So in the past, there used to be a prescriptive path and a performance path, or the Energy Rating Index pathway through Energy Star. In essence, Energy Star is sunsetting or getting rid of the prescriptive pathway through and just relying on performance. And so what that allows you to do is to use the prescriptive, or what they also call it the reference home there. So in theory, they have a table in their first document, which is called the National Program Document, that has all of these prescriptive in essence, prescriptive details in there. And if you build your house to those prescriptive details for your climate zone, you should be able to meet the requirements of Energy Star there. But what this ultimately allows you to do is to customize those specifications. So for example, like we were talking with code, when you follow the prescriptive R value table, it basically says thou shalt do this in assembly. So you have to put R60 in your attic. And if I don't want to put R60 in my attic, it takes me to a performance approach to show compliance. This takes you to that performance approach to show compliance immediately so that you can customize your specifications in order to meet the requirements of the program. And that's why you're getting this Energy Star target energy rating index score here. And that's what we're ultimately trying to get here. With regards to the checklists, again, those are the mandatory requirements that are embedded in the checklist. The checklist imposes constraints on the efficiency measures selected, potentially. With regards to insulation levels, you're probably not going to be able to go down below a certain point in certain locations, for example. Same with duct leakage and house tightness and whatnot. And then on-site power generation may not be used to meet the Energy Star target there. So the energy rating index scores are all generated before PV or solar is added to a house. So this program in particular does not even specify. You don't have to put solar home. In fact, none of the incentivized programs, even the DOE Zero Energy Ready Home Program and Passive House, none of them require that you put PV on your house. They are all really getting you to the point where it starts to make sense to put PV on your house, to take it that next step to zero energy, if that's the way that you want to get there. The footnotes of the program are equally as important as each of the checklist items of the program. I really like this statement from the Dalai Lama that says you have to learn the rules so you know how to break them properly. And what that means to me is that if you haven't spent time reading the checklist, reading the code, reading the footnotes on the checklist, reading the footnotes in the code, you have really no idea how you're going to navigate through that comply with all that in the most flexible, easiest way that makes the most sense for you and your project. You know, what makes sense for me and in my goals are going to be different potentially from your goals. So if you understand that, you'll get the level of performance that's designed to be achieved by the code or the program that you're working with, but you can find easier ways, more cost-effective ways potentially to do it, the more you understand the programs and codes. And that's another kind of plug to help or to think about utilizing the consultants out there, the energy raters, the energy consultants, and other consultants. Not only because you have to for this, but it helps you there. Footnotes. This is just some examples of footnotes. This one footnote describes air barriers and what's meant by an air barrier from the perspective of the EnergySmart program. I think you'll see that it's not much different from how the code defined it that we looked at before. This one talks about insulation run behind interior and exterior intersections. This was regards to slabs there, so there's some guidance about that. So sometimes a requirement is actually embedded in a footnote for this program there, or better guidance of how you actually comply with the item that's embedded in the footnotes there. So we won't spend a lot of time reading it. Here's another one, just another example with regards more with regards to that slab edge insulation there. Because that's one of the things that I found is that a lot of builders don't want to, with the 2021 IECC, the three things that I see that builders don't want to do that have their difficulty in change in their thought process and their design process and their implementation process is attic insulation. They don't want to put R60 attic insulation and potentially deal with raised tilt trusses and whatnot. They don't want to do exterior continuous insulation, and they don't want to deal with slab edge insulation. The slab edge insulation is not only if I have a slab on grade, it's if I have a walkout basement, or if I have a slab connected to, if I have a slab connected to a porch or a garage, I might have to deal with slab edge insulation in those locations as well. So they don't want to deal with that. So these footnotes and these alternative compliance options or these performance compliance options give you ways of potentially addressing some of those issues. It's getting, to be quite honest, it's getting harder and harder to trade off all three of those things. By trading off one of them, the one that's most impactful, you most likely are able to do. For raters, is that ring true for you guys? Okay. Okay, that's enough of the footnotes. The EnergySmart certification process. So energy raters are the ones that are verifying compliance with the program. So when you are filling out this document, this pre-registration form for Xcel Energy, you are going to need some additional documentation that is basically ensuring Xcel Energy that you've specified everything to be ready to build that house and be successful at achieving that incentive level. Again, Xcel Energy really wants you to be successful. They want you to be able to provide that money to your homeowners so that they can offset the cost of construction and whatnot. But they also want you to actually meet the requirements of these programs so that they can get the energy savings that come from that. So there's kind of this trade there that's happening there. And energy raters are required not only from a program perspective to verify that and turn in documentation to Excel at the beginning of the process and at the end of the process to actually release the funds, but they're required by Energy Star to be a crucial role. So energy raters operate under what's called a home certification organization. A home certification organization, in essence, certifies the rater to be able to do their work, but also helps implement all the background information that the rater needs to know to be able to implement the program as well. Energy raters verify all the requirements. Energy raters submit everything to the home certification organization, and then certification organization actually certifies the house. They issue the label or label the house. They actually give the Energy Star to that house there. The rater is required to keep copies of all the electronic checklists and whatnot, and it's also recommended but not required that raters keep all the checklists. So for example, it's not required that a builder, the builder water management checklist is a checklist that the builder is responsible for, but it's really a good idea if the builder fills it out and turns it into the rater so that the rater can keep that documentation in case something happens down the warranty or other issue. You can document that you've actually completed these things here. Same with some of the HVAC checklists. The HVAC contractor, it kind of says it in a little different way. It says that the HVAC contractor obviously has to fill out all these checklists, but they have to keep them. And at any time that the rater or builder asks for them, they're supposed to provide it. So you might as well just provide it. So it'll just make a lot of things easier. Everything's housed in one place, and you're ready to move forward. So Energy Star, kind of the Energy Star process here. So we've got the performance target. It's different between these different versions, but Energy Star version 3.2, they're saying it's going to be somewhere between 50 and 55. And why I say they're saying it's going to be somewhere between this level is that the softwares that are available to do the energy analysis for Energy Star's programs have not been updated yet in order to model this house built to the version 3.2. So what Energy Star has said for the Marshall Fire area is that if you achieve an energy rating index score of 50 or lower, that you have pre-qualified that house to meet the program requirements. And if you successfully achieve all the other requirements of those checklist-driven requirements and verify that those things happen throughout the house, and then you do your final confirmed rating and it's 50 or less still, you're going to be able to get your incentive payment. Now, the actual label that comes will not say Energy Star version 3.2 because they haven't, unless they update the software between now and when you complete your house. But you can still get a label or house, you still can get the certification from Energy Star for that house. I guess the last thing I should say, although I'm reluctant to say it, is that you don't have to go all the way through certification, meaning that you don't have to turn it in to Energy Star and get that label in order to get your payment for the house. You just have to document that you verified everything, that you met all those checklist requirements, and that your energy rating score is 50 or less at the end, that confirmed rating, in order to get the payment. But to get certification, you'll want to keep moving that forward. Yeah.
Just as I guess that anyone was telling people that you want to get certified anyway, because just like these codes are caught people by surprise as far as how much energy you use to the code. In the future, you're going to need this for otherwise probably sell. And you can always market it above 30 every class. So it's always a good idea, because you can't use that for unless you pay for it.
Yeah. These, just to build on that, these certifications have been proven to increase the value of the house in resale. So if you follow through and you certify the house, the homeowner has that additional value baked in to their home, so that if they do sell it in 5 or so years, it has been proven that they will get generally more for that house than they normally would.
Yeah, there's a $2,500 tax if you sell homes starting.
That's, yeah, so we'll get to that in a bit, and that's what Steve is referencing is the federal tax credit that goes back to you as a builder, which is another incentive to move through the process and actually get certified. Certify the house. Yes. Yes. Yeah.
So you don't know pre-qualification for these rebates. Can we do a post-qualification for house?
Yes.
As long as we're doing one thing.
Yes, it's recommended that you turn in this form roughly at the same time that you're permitting, so that there's an understanding that you're permitting with the right specifications. There is a possibility that you might have to change some of your specifications to pre-certify the house if you've already started construction, because potentially the house wasn't designed with that in mind. I mean, I don't know, but you can. Yeah. So
For everything
make sure-
except passive house. Passive house does require
Yeah.
pre-qualification.
What qualifies as a passive house?
So are you considering a passive house?
No, we're actually currently building a house that will meet all of these qualifications.
Okay. Okay, perfect. So let me talk about passive house. If anyone has passive house questions, let's talk at the break. Because it's a different animal if you're trying to build a passive house. Okay, so this makes sense, hopefully, everyone. Okay, the checklist. So we have the HVAC, we have different checklists that are different people's responsibility ultimately to fill out. And then checklists that have to be reviewed as well. So for the HVAC contractor, there's the HVAC design report and the commissioning report. So commissioning is testing and ensuring that what you've installed actually is going to work. And there's we'll see that there are two kind of levels of commissioning that happen. Then the energy rater's responsibility is the energy rater design review checklist. So those are checklists that they're using to review the HVAC design and to some extent the design of the house and kind of those specifications that have been built in at that design stage for the house itself. There's the energy rater field checklist. So that deals with air barrier insulation details, testing of duct systems, testing whole house air tightness, those types of things we'll see in a second. And then there's the builder's responsibility, which is the water management checklist. Now, the builder water management checklist, there are a number of energy raters and others that will also have supplemental services that they will do to help the builder execute and in essence get another set of eyes or quality assurance on these water management issues. If you're interested, you should talk to your rater about that, because those are good services to take advantage of there. But we'll go through these checklists here and give you an idea of what's embedded here. So this is what a checklist looks like. There's lots of stuff on there, but in essence, the design review for the HVAC checklist is looking at creating a design review for each system that's been installed. So if you have two system house, you're going to have two checklists, one for each of those systems, basement and second floor maybe. You need to have the designer information for that. So who's doing the HVAC design? Whole house control mechanical ventilation. Remember, that's a requirement of code. So that's the whole idea of building your house tight and ventilating it correct for background ventilation for the occupants and for background moisture control. Generally, is what whole house control mechanical ventilation is. Ventilation systems for whole house can be either a supply side, an exhaust side, or a balanced ventilation system there. And we're kind of lucky in Colorado in that all three work and work pretty well on our climate. But you might have heard of an ERV or an HRV. That's an example of a balanced ventilation system. And that's what we're talking about when we're talking about control mechanical ventilation. Some system that's going to ventilate the house at a controlled and predictable rate there. So we're talking about when you're doing a review here, they're looking at airflow, ventilation type and controls that are requirements, sound, how loud it is, obviously, efficiency, and then where the air inlet is located. For example, why would it be a problem if I brought fresh air into the house, or maybe it's not considered fresh air, but air from the outside into the house from my asphalt composite roof? It's not fresh air. Yeah, it's not fresh air. Asphalt composite shingles off gas continually throughout the life of their product there. So you're bringing in pretty nasty air into your house that you can't necessarily filter out. Some of those things. Some things you can filter out, some things you can't. But with the smoke and everything that we're getting from fires from other states and the normal pollution that we have in our houses, filtration is a big part of whole house control mechanical ventilation, and being able to have basically we want that tight house because we're gaining control and predictability of the air that's coming in and going out of our houses. And that control and predictability is helping us build more efficient houses and more durable houses, and ultimately safer and healthy houses. So this is all stuff that the HVAC designer needs to be thinking about. And then ultimately we're getting into the design, the HVAC manual J, S, and D, and the room by room heating and cooling loads for that house, that particular house, so that we can distribute air to each of those rooms and get delivery and both heating and cooling energy to those rooms in the most productive and efficient way that's going to create comfort and efficiency in that house. Page 2 of this checklist is dealing with the actual sizing of the equipment. So once we have the load for the house, that's the heating and cooling load, how many BTUs do I need to heat and cool that house? I have to select equipment that has the capacity to meet that load there, and that's what manual S is. So that's the system capacity. We're thinking about air conditioner and heat pumps, model numbers that need to be looked, and this reference number, this AHRI reference number, is ensuring that my outdoor equipment and my indoor equipment are compatible and are working together to achieve that. So that's for an air conditioner or a heat pump when we're talking about this. Furnace, manual S also, system capacity if you're doing a traditional furnace. And then we get into duct design. So when we're designing our duct systems, if you're using a ducted heat pump or if you're using a ducted furnace, you have to figure out how you're going to get the energy from that generation point at the heat pump or furnace out to those far rooms there, and also simultaneously to other parts of the house. So to the primary bedroom and the kids' bedrooms and the kitchen, for example, I've got to get it all there. And ducts create every bend in the duct, even when you just attach a duct to a fan, there's resistance or static pressure that's created inside that duct that resists the flow of air through that duct. So the design helps us ensure that we've put the ducts together, we designed the system together, that we can get the right amount of air to each of these rooms and back again from those rooms in the right way, and in a way that's going to provide the proper cubic feet of air in each of those rooms with all the ducts connected to that single plant. So that's when we talk about this room by room duct flow. How much, I need to know the primary suite, how many CFM are designed to go there. And so forth and so on. And does that total equal the capacity of the fan that I've designed for that particular system there? So this is stuff that Energy Star wants to keep track of and ensure that is happening on a regular basis, because unfortunately, it's not happening on a regular basis in normal houses.
Are you testing it? What, true flow rate, the total, or
No.
you're just writing it there?
We're not doing any of this. The HVAC designers,
So they're responsible for the.
they're
testing,
responsible for this.
For testing it out.
When we get there, ask your question if I haven't answered it. We haven't gotten to that yet. That's a different checklist. So Andy's asking about the commissioning side, which is next, our next checklist.
Should have waited.
So this is the design side. This is all the design side. Now we're taking, they designed it. Is their design actually working in the field? So we're commissioning it, we're testing it. So again, one checklist per system. You have a commissioning overview here. So HVAC credentialing information. So the HVAC contractor who installs the system has to be credentialed through Energy Star. If the energy rater choose, well, if the contractor and the energy rater and the builder choose to do a less robust commissioning process. Okay, does that make sense? So you basically have two choices in your commissioning process. You have track A and track B. And the different tracks, one is more robust than the other, and one has the energy rater do more of the checking of the system and testing of the system. If their energy rater is doing more of the checking and testing of the system, they've been certified in essence to do that, so that the HVAC contractor doesn't have to be credentialed. If the HVAC contractor is taking on that responsibility, they have to be credentialed in order to do that in the version 3.2. Some of the things that they're going to be looking at are refrigerant charge measurements. So that's the refrigerant charge that's in the heat pumps and the air conditioning systems there. Indoor HVAC airflow measurements, air balancing of supplies and returns is something that is highly recommended but not mandatory in there. And I would recommend that as a builder that you make it mandatory, that you say you have to do that. It's the only way to ensure that you're getting within range. It's not going to be completely the same as the design, but it's going to be within range. And if it's not within range of what the design was, you're not going to be able to create comfort in our houses. And comfort issues are probably the #1 issue for warranty issues that builders are facing. That we're not getting enough air, we're not getting enough warmth or cool energy on that room over the bedroom, over the garage or something like that. There. So this is one way to help eliminate warranty issues at the end of the process. Okay, so the 310. Okay, so we're continuing the commissioning. So we're looking at full out mechanical ventilation. Again, we're looking at airflow, system control, sound efficiency, and air current location. We're also looking at spot ventilation. So spot ventilations are kitchens or bathrooms or laundries. What type of ventilation systems there? Remember, this is now in the 2021 a code requirement as well. So you're measuring the flow for two purposes in essence here, for code compliance as well as for EnergySmart compliance. Air conditioners, heat pumps, there's some commissioning issues there. Furnaces and duct design, there's some commissioning issues associated with that as well here. So these are the tracks through the HVAC commissioning checklist here. So track A uses this standard, which is a standard that helps us evaluate the ultimate performance of the HVAC system. And when you are doing this standard and you are evaluating the house using an energy rating index score, you can actually gain energy rating index points, or in essence, lower your score, the more efficient the system is there. So for energy raters, it's similar to grading installation. This is grading HVAC installation, and if you have a grade 1 versus a grade 3, that house is going to be more energy efficient, and it's going to be reflected in your home energy rating index score there. If you choose track B, this is the traditional energy compliance path, and remember your HVAC contractor must be credentialed. Now, that's going to be an issue in the Marshall Fire area because, again, the majority of the builders in the Marshall Fire area are custom builders, and the majority of the custom builders have not built to a program, an energy program like this before, which probably means that their HVAC contractor hasn't as well, and their HVAC contractor is not credentialed with Energy Star. Therefore, you're probably going to go down this pathway. So you want to make sure that you and your energy rater are on the same page there, and that you know that your energy rater can handle that. Now, there's a simple and not very time-consuming training available for energy raters if they haven't gotten that yet, that specific designation yet, and you can go directly to ResNet if you're an energy rater to get that. And then also, if you're doing the next part and doing the NextGen portion of Energy Star, you have to use track A. That's a requirement of the NextGen program. Okay, that's another additional thing. So gear up, everybody, for additional commission. Okay, the rater design review checklist. So those are checklists, in essence, that the contractor is primarily responsible for. That commissioning side is ultimately a bit of a shared responsibility between the rater and the HVAC contractor, because the rater will also be doing duct leakage testing and whatnot there as well. Okay. So the first thing that the rater is looking for is the builder partnership status. So strictly speaking, if you just want to get your homeowner their incentive program or their incentive dollars, you don't have to be a partner of the program. But again, as Steve was saying, as others saying, if you want to ultimately certify the house, you want to use this maybe for other houses and marketing opportunities and stuff that come with being an Energy Star builder, and you want to take advantage of the federal tax credits that are quite incentivized now, you'll want to become a partner with the Energy Star program. The Energy Star partnership process is simple and straightforward. It's basically just going to their website, finding and probably the hardest part is finding the partnering page there, and then signing up, and you have to watch, I think, like an hour webinar there. And then the only thing is if you haven't built at least one Energy Star certified house a year, you might be taken off the list, but you can get back on the Energy Star builder list pretty easily by building a house and certifying there. The next thing that the rater is looking at is the fenestration or window U values and solar decay coefficient requirements, and making sure that those have worked out. Those are the proper there. High performance insulation requirements, and then making sure that everybody understands if you're using the ANSI 310 or the insulation commissioning process or not. This is the form that has to be turned in at this pre-qualification level. There. So make sure that you're starting the process on the right foot by doing that. So Energy Star version 3.2 rater design checklist is one of the things that has to be turned in there.
It has to be treated at the beginning?
Yes, and your pre-qualification.
But there are things in there that we can't do until the end of the process.
fill it out as best you can. Yeah. And I think what they're most concerned about is the builder partnership, these two levels here, and then just an indication of what, which path you're going in the HVAC commission. Just so that everybody's on the same page going into the process of building that house. Okay, it's a little bit more on HVAC grading, just because we can. This is a task where you're grading the system, and you can't move forward unless it passes that test. So you start with a design review, you're measuring total duct leakage. If it passes total duct leakage, it needs to be fixed before you can get up to here to measure a blower fan airflow, and you're trying to ultimately seize the blower fan airflow meeting the specifications that fan had there. And then you're measuring the watt draw of the equipment, because that impacts the ability of the fan to push the right amount of air. And then you're getting the HVAC contractor measure the refrigerant charge, or there's a non-invasive way to measure refrigerant charge that graders can do as well. So it gives us this extra level of commissioning to ensure that the systems are working and working properly in that house. Let's see, track A, HVAC grading, the new footnote added to the radar design review checklist reinforced when design review must be done. So there has been some updates in the revision 12 that help define that. So you want to make sure you go and understand those new updates there. And then this clarification is again with regards to the HVAC grading that happened in revision 12 checklist. So remember, you're using that version of the checklist, the revision 12 checklist, and you can find revision 12 up in the upper right-hand corner. Those are the checklists that you want to download and use when you're verifying and working with this program. Okay, so the design review checklist continues with builder partner status, the fenestration, the high performance enclosures, and then review the EnergySmart National HVAC Design Report that the HVAC contractor produced at the beginning of the design process for that HVAC system in that house. There. That's for track B, and yeah, so track A is the HVAC grading. Okay, so the radar field checklist. So this is really that table, the air barrier, air sealing, and insulation installation table of the 2021 IECC, actually the 2012 through 2021 IECC, is basically the thermal enclosure checklist of EnergySmart. It's just been simplified in essence from this checklist in the code there, but it's looking really at those same types of things. So you're looking at your performance of your windows. You're looking at fully aligned air barriers, that continuity that we talked about. Reduced thermal bridging is taken to the next level. So it's asking for, more than just insulated headers and insulated corners. You have some options if you do what's called the advanced framing package. That's one option, which would include insulated headers and insulated corners, and 2x24" on center framing, and reduced framing around windows and doors and other openings in the house. That's one option package. The other option that you're able to do is continuous insulation on the outside, or specific systems of buildings, building assembly systems like SIP panels or insulated concrete forms, and those types of things. So you want to make sure that you've taken that into account, and that you've worked with your structural engineer to take that into account, because probably you're going to take advantage of the advanced framing there. Fully aligned air barriers are exactly what we were talking about before with regards to the code, making sure that air barrier is behind the tub, making sure that behind fireplaces, on knee walls, all those locations, drop ceilings that we were talking about. Air sealing measures, it just continues down, sealing the duct boots to the surface that it's penetrating through in all locations. Sill plates, we talked about continuous top plates, sealing there. We talked about rough openings around windows and doors, doors adjacent to unconditioned spaces, attic hatches. All those things that we talked about in the code are just amplified here again in the thermal enclosure checklist. The second page is looking at HVAC systems. So again, you're potentially doing the HVAC grading, but regardless of if you're doing the grading part, you also are doing duct installation review to make sure that ducts aren't crimped and bent, especially because we're using a lot of flex duct. If that flex duct isn't installed and pulled tight, the airflow through it isn't going to be as well. It's not going to happen as well. So there's some of the quality installation things that you're looking for, and then you're doing rough and final duct leakage testing. And for EnergyStar, there's only one parameter, that it can't be more leaky than 4 CFM per 100 square feet of conditioned floor area. Remember, in the 2021 IECC, there's 2 duct leakage limits depending on where the ducts are installed. Okay? But for EnergyStar, it's all that 4 CFM target there.
Did they change that? Because it's 4 at drop 8 at final, or it's 6 at drop 12 at final, or you want the number of returns?
Yes, I think it's still that. But in general, whole house control mechanical ventilation, you have to measure the flow at that stage, at the stage when you can measure it. You also are measuring local and spot ventilation. You're looking at filtration, and not only the MERV rating or the filtration rating of the filter, but also that the air is going through that filter, that the filter box, the filter location is designed in such a way that air is actually being filtered through that filter. And then you're not allowed to have atmospherically or pilot light based appliances in the house. So it's dealing with combustion appliances as well. There. So the builder water management checklist is dealing primarily with site and foundation water. So again, it's primarily dealing with bulk water issues here. So making sure that your foundation drainage system is constructed properly, that you've got everything sloped away from the house in all the key locations. Water management wall assemblies are ensuring that you've got your weather resistant barrier there. It's not a requirement, but it's always recommended that you have some type of venting there as well, vented rain screen. You might have been hearing more and more about vented rain screens. It's becoming not only popular, but people are seeing the need for it, even in our dry climates, to ensure that we promote drying behind our siding. Because remember, it doesn't matter if I'm using siding or stucco or brick, water's going to bypass that. And we want to give it the ability to drain down and ultimately away, and then to help our assemblies have greater drying potential. We want it, in drying potential, I mean from a vapor diffusion perspective. We want, if moisture gets inside of our wall assemblies, we want it to be able to dry back out there as well. And then managing roof assemblies, so wall assemblies, roof assemblies with kick out flashing and other flashing techniques. If you have lots of valleys or whatnot, it's always easier and more water protection the simpler your roof design is, than the more complex your roof design is. And water management building materials. So making sure that the materials you're actually building with don't have excess water within them to begin with in there. So you'll sometimes, like for example, wood, I think it's either 18 or 20% water content, the actual framing materials. And then if you used a damp sprayed cellulose, you have to give it enough time to actually dry before you put your drywall up on those assemblies there. So you want to make sure that you've looked at that. And again, everybody can, not everybody, but energy raters can help you with this. It's a good checklist, even though you're doing this. It's important to understand or ensure that these things are on your drawings and that you've taken them into account, because there is a potential that there'll be a spot quality assurance check, or that Energy Star might come out and say, well, you didn't do X, Y, and Z. You know, that's why you're getting a complaint here on this Energy Star house or something. So you want to make sure that you've covered yourself, you got these in your plan set, and potentially take advantage of additional quality assurance by having somebody review these things. We also, just on a side note, we've also seen that there are groups out there that are offering inspections, and you can get some reduction in your insurance and whatnot if you do additional quality assurance inspections during the construction cycle, especially with regards to water management, but also with regards to these other elements out there. NextGen. Okay, so remember, everything that we talked about before, that's Energy Star version 3.2, and that's required with the Energy Star NextGen program. NextGen means electrification. So let's understand exactly what electrification means. Before we move forward, are there any questions about Energy Star version 2.2?
Yeah, I'm just curious, like, if you're working with a contractor that's never done an Energy Star home, you know, given that they're well prepared and have bought into this, I mean, what are the chances that they're not going to actually be able to get everything signed off on? I mean, do you is it tough? I mean, is it really tough?
Your first time, it's going to be harder than your second or third or fourth time. And it really, to me, comes down to working with the energy rater there. Because the energy rater will come out, they'll do inspections at different phases of construction, and they might fail something. But it doesn't mean that you're not going to be able to certify. It means that you're going to fix it, potentially, depending on what the item is. They'll come back and re-inspect it, and you'll move forward. So you take a step back, and then you'll move forward. You take a step back, and move forward. But that relationship and working relationship with your energy rater is key, and especially for that first time Energy Star program or any of these programs.
Yeah, I would say the biggest stumbling block is usually HVAC, because everything on the, as you said, everything on the rater checklist there is pretty much in the code. But it's duct leakage. Yeah, getting a good HVAC contractor who understands that is really key.
Yeah, and just building on that, making sure you communicate with not only your HVAC contractor, but all your trade partners, and that they understand this is an Energy Star house. It's not your typical code house. You're doing something more. And you could even go as far as having a performance scope of work for your HVAC contractor, so they know going in they're going to be held to 4 CFM of duct leakage. And what does that actually mean? Yeah. But at the least, communicating that before they build the system, that their system's going to be tested. Unfortunately, we see that HVAC contractors and others, if they don't know that they're going to be able to build to it, they build less quality. If they know that they're going to be held accountable, they build some quality.
As a repeat of what you said, HVAC comfort is the biggest complaint now. And if you have your rater or whoever wants to inspect the ductwork, look at all the ductwork, be sure it's sealed, do your duct blasting, that's going to cut down on that. The other problem we have in Colorado, and this is a personal view, is that we're still required to design in many areas to an outdoor design set point of 91 degrees. And 91 degrees is not high enough, in my opinion, for our hot summer temperatures. I personally think we should be closer to 95. There's several municipalities that have gone to 95, but Denver hasn't, Boulder hasn't. And that can make a difference in your tonnage by a good half a ton of load going on. Also, if you're putting your ducts in, I know you can't put ducts in vented attics now, but ducts in vented attics that don't vent well, you can?
Yeah.
Okay, but ducts in vented attics that attics don't vent very well, your temperature in design is 126 in your ACA Manual J, but actual temperatures in the attics can be as high as 150 or 160. That actually adds up to a ton of additional load to it. So when you're having these inspections done, depending on what they are, all these little intricacies will play a huge role in the comfort of your home. And that's what I do inspections and design, so just reiterating what Rob said.
Okay, great discussion. Let's just learn about electrification. So again, EnergySmart requirements for electrification of the NextGen part begins with heat pumps for our heating and cooling systems here. Heat pumps need to be EnergySmart certified, 2-speed or variable speed heat pumps installed. And in our climate zones 5, it has to be an EnergySmart cold climate certified heat pump. Now, thanks to Thomas over here at 3Gen, we are now realizing that two things. One, probably no builder besides Thomas has actually read this and understands it and tried to specify this requirement, because it turns out that it's not easy to find. EnergySmart has a whole list of heat pumps, but you can't search their list by using cold climate here. So we're trying to figure out the best way to identify the cold climate heat pumps that are available and can be used there. There are a lot out there. It's just trying to verify that it's the right one is proven to be difficult. And so we're still working on either going through that big list and looking at each one independently, or finding another way to provide a list of heat pumps that meet this qualification. Are we close? Do you know anything?
I know that CE said they were releasing their updated database today, I think. So hopefully that'll make it a little easier, but.
Sorry, who's updating?
CE.
I don't know who CE is.
Yeah.
So but it's basically,
no.
So EnergySmart has created this list, and they're using a couple other organizations to help with that certification of the cold climate heat pump, and CEE is one of those organizations. So we're trying, in essence, we're trying to get a list. As soon as we get the list together, we'll upload that and get it out there to people. One of the reasons that I wanted people's email addresses is that I've created a email list of builders that I know that are building in Marshall Fire area, and I'll be sending out stuff periodically for that. So that hopefully that will come fast here. So also heat pumps must also meet EPA's connected criteria to be controlled by an EnergySmart certified thermostat. So in essence, utilities, all utilities don't have, in essence, permission yet to take control of your HVAC system. So on a hot summer day, when peak demand is really high, instead of the grid crashing, they would potentially have the ability to lower everybody's set point temperature inside their house or raise it, I guess, a little bit, so that the air conditioners aren't working as hard, and maybe we'll save the system from crashing or something. So that's the idea of this. And so this is in essence a way of getting prepared for that time when utilities actually have permission to go into people's houses and take control for a small period of time to protect the grid and whatnot. So, And then blower fan, volumetric airflow, blower fan watt draw, refrigerant charge, also needs to still meet that commissioning requirements for the Energy Star program there. So it's not as easy, if somebody asks me just off the cuff, I'm just going to say you need a cold climate heat pump, but it's not as easy as just saying you need a cold climate heat pump. There are other requirements that are baked into the Energy Star NextGen portion of this that you need to be aware of. Similarly with water heaters, so you have to have so you start with a cold climate heat pump, then you move to a heat pump water heater. The heat pump water heater, certified heat pump water heater, is of this volt range, and then the heat pump water heater has a minimum tank capacity, which usually isn't a problem. Each heat pump water heater located within occupied space is either a tier 3 or 4 heat pump that's listed on the NEA Advanced Water Heater Specification chart. So we just went to NEA, and they gave us all the water heaters that are just 3 and 4 tiers. So we've called out all the other water heaters, and we just got that list this week, and that will be posted here soon. And/or I'll email it out, one of the two. Each heat pump water heater also needs to be a connected water heater there. So that's the last requirement there. So again, have that ability to help protect the grid and do other things. The other requirement here is that cooktops and range elements need to be induction technology, and the ovens either need to be electric ovens, like a standard electric oven, or a convection oven. And the real difference is that you have this fan in the back of the convection oven that's moving that air around your whatever, your turkey that you're cooking or whatnot, and helping it cook more uniformly and generally faster. Induction cooktops are amazing. First of all, how quickly you can boil water, you're just amazed if you've never used one before. This could be cooking. I can move my fan here, and I can put my hand on the cooktop, so they're super safe around with kids. I'm going to do a shameless plug for my podcast, but I do a podcast as well. And I interviewed, if you want to listen to an interview with two professional chefs that work with some of these kitchen appliance places and talked about induction cooking. And really, the things that I didn't realize is that you have such control over the heat. If you're a real chef, you want to be able to control the temperature of the thing that you're cooking. And this gives you that ability where standard gas really doesn't. Because the gas appliance we bring into our homes is not a professional grade oven that you're going to find, or stovetop that you're going to find in the kitchen there. The BTUs are way less, and they're not as adjustable and whatnot. So the professional chefs seem to really like these. Like everything else, we're hearing that they're not easy to get right now. Unfortunately, supply chain issues are an issue, but it is a requirement of the program. The fifth requirement here is electric vehicle charging stations. So again, you don't have to actually wire it, but you have to pre-wire the house for an electric vehicle charging station. It sounds like in Superior and Louisville, that might not be an issue, because you might have, depending on what you're doing, you might have to electrify the house, but it is another requirement of the program. And then it gets into, the footnote gets into the 40 amp circuit and whatnot that's required. So why are there 5 requirements? So the fifth, so we have basically for NextGen, you have, why you have 5 requirements for NextGen? You have to do Energy Star version 3.2, so that's the first requirement. You have to have heat pump water heaters and heat pump heating and cooling systems, induction, electric, cooking, and then what was the fifth? Energy Star, heating, and then the EV charging station. Thank you. If you want to take advantage of this additive rebate, this is on top of all the Excel rebates. You have to do a sixth thing, or usually I'd say it's a fifth thing because I exclude Energy Star version 3.2, but this requirement is that you have to permit the house under the 2021 IECC. So theoretically, if you permit your house under the 2018 IECC, you can still comply with Energy Star version 3.2. But you can't, if you decide to electrify that house, you can't get this additional $10,000 unless you permit under the 2021 IECC. So obviously it makes sense to permit under the 2021. The other reason I like permitting under the 2021 is, again, going back to the idea of belts and suspenders, is that let's say for some reason, this is the first time you've done your Energy Star house, and something goes wrong in the construction process that you just can't overcome, and therefore you can't get your certification for Energy Star or a qualification for the incentive. You've at least locked in that $7,500 incentive payment for building to the 2021. Now you can go, if you get to Energy Star, you'll get the 10,000 instead of the 7,500. But again, it's another reason to permit under the 2021 IECC.
So if you do all of this stuff, you're looking at 27.5.
Yeah. Yeah. And remember, this particular incentive payment could be done with DOE zero energy ready homes. It could be done with code. It could be done with passive house incentives as well. It's not tied specifically to Energy Star NextGen. It makes a lot of sense to amplify, maximize your incentives, but it's not limited to complying to that. Yeah.
Do we know that the municipalities are all going to be on 2021 IECC?
No, so you missed the beginning of the game. We went through all the different compliance options. So in all the municipalities, you have the option of opting into or out of the 2021 ICC. And I should make it crystal clear that unincorporated Boulder County's Build Smart program is considered to be equivalent to the 2021 IECC. So if you're building in unincorporated Boulder County, you are also compliant with that requirement for this payment.
So going back on an earlier question, I could post a lot of that.
For this, yes. Yeah. If you're electrifying the house, yeah.
Yes. Is that across the board, across the state? It's not just a Marshall Fire?
No, this is only for Marshall Fire and other fire areas throughout the state.
Okay.
So East Troublesome Fire, and then I think East Troublesome Fire was the one up near Fort Collins, and then the one in Granby. Okay. Makes sense. The other thing about Energy Star, just so everybody knows, with regards to why you want to partner with the program, is you get access to their logos and marketing materials and whatnot. So planning for after the Marshall Fire might be a good idea, and set yourself up to be able to market yourself as an Energy Star builder. So there's all kinds of resources that are available to Energy Star builders to be able to do that. Okay, so if we could take about a 10 or so minute break, I need to add something quick to the next presentation, but it is the last presentation, so we should be able to get out just a bit earlier here with regard We're gonna start up again here. We're gonna talk about the DOE Zero Energy Ready Home Program. I like to talk about the DOE Zero Energy Ready Home Program as the NASCAR program of building programs. You'll see why here in a second. So ultimately, what is DOE Zero Energy Ready Home Program about? So we're trying to optimize the energy efficiency of the house. Now, obviously, Energy Star and the codes are doing that as well, but their goal is slightly different. In this case, they're really trying to optimize the energy efficiency of the house to that point where it makes absolute sense to add PV to that house. In essence, that you can think about it. You know, you potentially could go a little bit further, but in a cost-effective way, optimize it to get to zero. And version 2 of this program is similar to the Energy Star version 3.2 in that it hasn't been released to the rest of the country yet. So there are some things that we're going to be talking about that are unique in the Marshall Fire area. So we're ensuring we've optimized our enclosure, our components, and our systems, and we're using systems thinking, this idea of applied building science to make that happen. Do no harm. So again, from a building durability perspective, gaining control and predictability of water in our houses, of airflow in our houses, of air quality in our houses, and thermal flow in our houses. And then ensure that we're future ready. So again, this program doesn't require that you add PV to take the house to zero energy ready or zero energy home, but you're at that point where it totally makes sense to do that either now or sometime in the future, whenever it's right for the occupants of that house there. So that's the big thing that we're trying to get across here, is that the DOE has defined zero energy as a high performance home which is so energy efficient that renewable energy systems can offset all or most of the annual energy consumption if you decided to make it a zero energy home. So ultimately what that means is that we have a pathway to get to zero energy in that house. And that pathway is more defined because, again, this is a checklist-driven program. So you have exactly things to follow. Whereas the code appendix that Louisville is using doesn't give you as much definition or pathway to follow. It just says get to an energy rating index of 47 and then put PV on your house. Basically, follow the other requirements of the code there. This is more comprehensive than the code is, for sure. A minimum of every home is this idea of future-proofed. So again, as technologies change, those things, remember we talked about opportunity costs. Once we put on the drywall of that house, we've lost the opportunity really to do anything behind that drywall. So this is taking advantage of the opportunity behind the drywall to, in essence, maximize our thermal envelope and our mechanical system, all those components that are behind the drywall. Make sure that those things are rock solid so that you can change the other things that can maybe connect to things that are behind the drywall as technologies advance. But we want to really maximize and future-proof the house for all those things behind the drywall that doesn't make sense. We know now with our existing home out there right now how expensive and difficult it is to upgrade an existing home to our modern expectations of comfort and efficiency and durability and whatnot. So we want to make sure we do that stuff behind the drywall right. So the example here is adding PV generation and the improvement in the PV panels that have happened over time. So we future-proof that house so that either now it makes sense to take it all the way to zero, or maybe in the future when our current day panels can produce, let's say, 250 kilowatts, 300 kilowatts of energy per panel. You know, in 5 years, they might be able to double that per panel size. So it's going to even make more sense to take it to zero in that, potentially there. If we begin future-proof things. here. So the big thing about this program is that you don't necessarily want to guarantee zero energy homes. That is a choice that you and your homeowner and designer are going to have to make in this process. But you want to kind of highlight that they are ready to do that. And with the new or renewed solar tax credits that are coming with the Inflation Reduction Act, they're going back up to 30% solar tax credits. It's going to probably make sense at some point to add that PV system to that house there. So the specifications, again, are dealing with optimizing our enclosure, optimizing our thermal comfort system, which is basically our mechanicals, our heat pumps or furnaces and whatnot. It doesn't require that you use a heat pump there. Water protection system, so our building enclosure, that bulk water management issues. Indoor air quality is dealt with at a whole nother level in this program. We saw EnergySmart's kind of tiptoeing into indoor air quality there, but this is taking it all the way. Efficient components and systems, and then ultimately being ready to add, solar to that house there. So we future-proof the house. We're moisture-ready, comfort, technology, health, and zero-ready. All those things have happened with this program here. Now, you might wonder why it's incentivized less at a dollar amount than the DOE than the EnergySmart NextGen program. And it's simply because the electrification components cost so much more. So this is incentivized at the $12,500 level. If you were to do electrification on that house, you'd be eligible for the additional $10,000 from the state. So what I'm recommending to folks is build to this, go to town, make sure you're achieving this, get it certified, but submit for your incentive payment under the NextGen program. Maximize your incentives. Again, Excel wants to give this money out to help marshal fire. So maximize your incentive and submit under the NextGen program to get so that you're eligible for $27,000 instead of $22,500 there. So that's one thing to consider. They also have, some other ways of trying to rapidly demonstrate the additional performance and other characteristics that you're going to get out of this house. So obviously, the green is DOE zero energy ready, and you're maximizing those things, those characteristics of your house there. So again, just like the EnergySmart program, there's a variety of marketing material and other things. If you partner with this program, you have access to be able to explain what it actually means. Some of the innovations in the market that we're seeing, this would be one of them. We've already talked about heat pumps a bit, and that's pretty innovative stuff that's coming, getting better and better, and the cold climate heat pumps have a proven track record now. But this is a product called Aero Barrier. Aero Barrier is a propellant. I like to think of it like Fix-A-Flat. You put the propellant into the house under pressure using a blower door to pressurize the house. That propellant flows through holes in the building envelope and slowly builds up at that hole and seals it off and can help make your house more tight. It is using your drywall as your primary air barrier system, and some people like that and some people don't. There's pros and cons about it, but there is no doubt that this works and it creates a tight house there. So that's the kind of thing that the DOE program is trying to do, is to leverage these new technologies out there that are making it easier to create these high performance homes that are ready here. We're seeing more and more demand for this program. Outside of the Marshall area, you see affordable housing programs starting to adopt the DOE Zero Energy program as part of their funding requirements and funding programs. We're seeing utilities do it, and with Excel's incentives right up there across the country. Codes, Summit County locally has adopted the DOE Zero Energy Ready Home Program as their building code in Summit County. And Crested Butte is thinking about doing that as well. And then some financing that's out there for generally, I guess, FNEAs and building code. But there are some potential financing opportunities as well if you're to this program. Just like Energy Star, they used to have a prescriptive compliance option and a performance compliance option. They're getting rid of the prescriptive compliance option, utilizing the version 2, which we're using in the Marshall Fire area. So we just have the performance option in here. It can be used in all these different housing types. We're specifically looking primarily at single-family detached housing in the Marshall Fire area. You know, it can be, the program can be used in all of those areas there. Okay, so demonstrating project compliance. It begins, like the Energy Star program, it begins with the energy model. They're using the HERS Energy Rating Index as the metric to demonstrate qualification. And again, if you're going to go for the incentive, here you want to fill out your pre-registration form. And for this program, they're looking for the Energy Star design review checklist, and specifically looking at envelope, water efficiency, cooking, duct system, lighting and appliance, and electrical vehicle charging infrastructure associated with the DOE Zero Energy Ready Home program there. So again, you're using the same energy rater as you did for Energy Star to demonstrate compliance here. You're using the same energy modeling software and the same kind of plan review and site inspection protocol that we described in the Energy Star program there. So it's just kind of leveraging this infrastructure that's been built by Energy Star to create an even better, slightly better performing home that's ready to go to zero. How it stacks up, you know, from these different codes and programs. Here, if we use the HERS Energy Rating Index score, here, you know, the 2015 IECC would be roughly in that 70-80 range. We have Energy Star version 3. We know that the Energy Star version 3.2 is looking actually in our climate at 50 as a qualifying component there. And then they're saying across the country, somewhere between 45 and 55 is where homes will qualify using the HERS Energy Rating Index score. Now, specifically in Boulder County, I hope I don't confuse people too much, but stick with me here as I explain this. So version 1 of the energy rating of the DOE program, in our climate zone, the energy rating index score was somewhere in the 50s range, 50 to 55 range there. With the version 2, they're saying if you want to qualify and get certified under the DOE Zero Energy Ready Home program, they're saying that it's in the 40s range there. Now, what does that mean for Marshall Fire here? So for Marshall Fire, if you want to certify your house and get the actual DOE Zero Energy Ready Home program, you want to achieve an energy rating index of 45 or less. Because remember, the software hasn't been developed yet to actually do the modeling. So they're using the existing energy rating software to develop an energy rating index score. And if you can get that score into that 45 range or below, you'll be able to go for true certification. And remember, certification doesn't necessarily mean the same thing as just qualifying for the incentive payment from Xcel Energy. So the Xcel Energy program also requires all the requirements and whatnot for the DOE Zero Energy Ready Home program. But if you only care about getting the Xcel incentive payment, you can design the house to a 50 and then do all of the DOE additional requirements in version 2 checklists and whatnot, and all the verification, and you can still qualify for the $12,500 from Xcel Energy there. Now, as Steve Eagleberger brought up before, there's a lot of good reasons to go for certification. The biggest one being the federal tax credit, which I'll be talking about here in a second. As a builder, verifying, actually going through certification, you'll be able to qualify for that tax credit. And again, we'll talk about that in just a minute.
So just quickly, from a rater's point of view, you're saying you have to get those scores to pre-qualify, but what happens if something changes and you don't get there at the end?
From the perspective of Xcel Energy,
yeah.
If you hit that 50, and at the final,
if you don't hit 50 at final, what happens? You don't get to. Okay, won't qualify. So you've got to
50 is the hard number.
You got a model for 50, and then you got to achieve it.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
yes.
Or less. Yeah.
You model for the
This is an additional rebate on top of the.
No, this is just in that list that I showed you this morning. It's one of the options that you have to build to. And its payment level from Xcel is at $12,500. Yeah.
This is just a for your mind, and understand the Steve's, is that when they do get software that does do that zero energy, we can be pretty sure that there's 4,500 qualified. Probably will end up being more than that, so we know.
Yes. 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 And also in Colorado, since we're really the only, Marshall Fire is the only place utilizing version 2, DOE has committed that if you pre-qualify, they're gonna certify the house, and Xcel Energy has committed to giving the payment as well. If you hit
the target requirements based on the permit date, so if you permit before the software is available, then that 50 is good regardless if it becomes available. Yeah. Yep.
Thanks. Family okay, so the EnergySmart version 3.2, if you're building to version 2 is the kind of the base requirement. You need to build to EnergySmart version 3.2. So this kind of gets into that NASCAR quality of the DOE Zero Energy Ready Home program, because you're basically certifying really under 4 things. You're getting your code compliance, you're getting EnergySmart version 3.2, you're going to see, we're going to talk about the Indoor Air Plus program, and then you're also doing some additional requirements for the DOE Zero Energy Ready Home program as well. So again, the transition dates really don't matter for us here, but we're going to be using EnergySmart version 3.2 in our building of this house here. So the target scores, again, we kind of went over that, but they were in the 50s range before. In version 2, they're in the 40s range for the Marshall Fire. If you want to certify the house and get your federal tax credit, you want to design to a 45. If you're just concerned about getting your incentive payment, then 50 here. Again, the size adjustment factor, not again, but the size adjustment factor has been removed for version 2 because in essence, if you follow the standards and build, you're basically 10 to 15, 20% more than the 2021 IECC. Regardless of the size of the house, it's going to be efficient from the perspective of the DOE. So they're just getting rid of this size adjustment factor that used to be part of version 1 in essence. That might mean more to some than others, but just know you don't have to deal with it. EnergySmart version 3.2, you have to do the HVAC commissioning checklist, and track B, I believe, is the 310 side, so you have to do that. And then you also need to do the Indoor Air Plus program. Indoor Air Plus is potentially moving to a new version of their program as well, but we're not going to be held to that version of that program because it's not available yet, and they're not making it available or anything yet at this point here. So there are 7 key components of the DOE Zero Energy Ready Home Program. And you can just see by the size of the table that they've been made a little bit more robust in version 2 here. So we're going to go through these 7 key requirements here right now. The first one is that you're building that envelope. So they're talking about increasing the efficiency of the envelope. So version 1 of the program was tied to the 2015 IECC. Version 2 of the program is tied to the 2021 IECC with some additional requirements to increase its performance above the 2021 IECC level here. So we're optimizing our enclosures here. So we're taking EnergyStar as kind of our base point, which includes our envelope installations, tighter construction, higher performance windows that are required by EnergyStar, some other things that are a little bit higher than EnergyStar, and that's what's ultimately getting us to the DOE Zero Energy Ready Homes program. So remember, this is our base starting point here. Oops. This is our base starting point here in Climate Zone 5. And they're expecting in our Climate Zone 5 that we're going to be 8% at least better than that 2021 IECC, if not more there. I'm sorry, that was for version 1. Version 2 is supposed to be in that 10 to 15% better. You are allowed some flexibility, the Zero Energy, to use this UA trade-off compliance path here. We talked about trade-offs and how trade-offs work again. Do we need to go through that again? Everybody understand?
What's UA?
Area weighted U value. So basically, the area weighted U value enables you to do this. The problem again with that for version 2 is that the software is developed yet to do that. So really just use your energy rating index to get that flexibility and trade-offs. Okay, above grade walls. So windows must meet the performance levels of the EnergyStar qualified windows. So the interesting thing about EnergyStar, the way I like to explain EnergyStar is that EnergyStar is an organization that creates a specification for how to build an energy efficient product. So you see the EnergyStar label on dishwashers and refrigerators and computers and light bulbs. They've created a specification how to make each of those things energy efficient. And they've created that specification for how to do that with a house as well. When you build an EnergyStar house, you don't necessarily have to use EnergyStar compliant products in that house, except for a couple key locations like ventilation system, and the ventilation fan might be one of those locations. But for the DOE Zero Energy Ready Home program, you do have to use some EnergyStar qualified products. One of those being EnergyStar qualified windows. In version 1 of this program, they were relaxing that requirement in our state, in our climate zone here on Front Range. In version 2, they aren't. So you are mandated, in essence, to use a 0.27 U value window, where the code would be at 0.30. Okay. So we get our window here. They're using slightly different specifications. They're getting better and better, higher performance by able to do that. So you've optimized our EnergyStar level here. We've added optimized duct locations. We're getting, for duct systems, we're getting more humidity control and whatnot. If we were in those locations where you need that, this is how we're ultimately going to get to 0 here. Now, from version 1 to version 2, there hasn't been a significant change in the requirements for ducts. Ducts are still required to be located inside the building envelope. That is a big difference from code and or EnergyStar, but from version 1 to version 2 of the DOE Zero Energy Ready Home program, there's no difference there, okay? They still allow a very small exception. You know, I think it's like 5% or 10 feet of duct that could be outside, but Otherwise, all the ducts, and you should design all the ducts inside the building envelope. All the reasons that Andy was explaining before here. Again, you're getting better efficiency, which overall improves the efficiency and reduces demand and improves comfort in our houses. The next thing that, the fourth requirement that's different than the other programs is it deals with water efficiency. So we saw that some of the codes are starting to do that on individual code amendment update process here. But for the DOE program, you have to have a water delivery system that's able to deliver water in a specific period of time and or have fixtures that are efficient in that house. So it's not taking you, there's a whole nother Environmental Protection Agency program called WaterSense. And it does make a lot of sense to put WaterSense qualified fixtures like faucets and shower heads and toilets in your high performance home, but it's not necessarily a requirement if you have a choice of doing one of these two things. The water circulation system is actually a little bit beyond that, meaning that you have to have a circulation system that is able to deliver hot water to the fixture in a reasonable amount of time. So you have to be able to test for that. I'm sorry. You have to be able to, in essence, commission the system here to ensure that you're getting water to that farthest fixture in a specific amount of time. Often it means that you're going to install a pump on the system and a circulation loop in that system so that you can activate the pump and the water will be delivered there before you take your shower. And as soon as you turn on the faucet, you have hot water. It's not only an energy issue, but it's a water conservation issue. So it's a dual issue there that improves the livability in that house, and people really love it. If you go home and just turn on your shower and measure, two things you can do is measure the time it takes to get to hot water, and also put a bucket there and measure how much water would be going down the drain there. It's pretty eye-opening when you do that type of exercise. So this is the type of system that they might install in that house, pumped down by the water heater that circulates and then ultimately loop back to the water heater. Now you can retrofit these in existing homes or potentially by utilizing the cold water line as your circulation line. So potentially you could have a little bit of cost savings in this if you're trying to do it that way as well. Okay. Verifying efficiency, you need to be able to actually verify that it works. So the energy rater will do a hot water test to verify that the circulation system is set up properly and working properly in that house. Lighting and appliances. So this is the other area where you actually have to install some EnergySmart qualified lighting and appliances in that house in order to meet the DOE Zero Energy Living Home program. So we're talking about certified appliances like your refrigerators, your dishwashers, your laundry systems and whatnot. EnergySmart certified fans in the house, so your bath fans and laundry fans and those types of things, and then certified lighting in the house as well. So the code kind of supersedes this because the code in the 2021 is asking for 100%. The DOE program is only asking for 95% right now. Lighting updates, again, they're just increasing efficiency here, going from the version 1 to version 2 here. Appliance updates, again, they've added the closed dryers to the list of qualified appliances. And then they're ultimately recognizing the great job that EnergySmart has done to change our dynamic. Basically, you can't buy, even a non-EnergySmart qualified refrigerator is substantially more efficient. So they've really changed the industries and how they're building things here. great market transformation. So indoor air quality, we've got EnergyStar plus the indoor air package. So this is another indoor air plus program here. It's dealing with these different components of the house that we'll talk about ultimately to get us to the zero energy designation here. So version 1 is, we'll still be using version 1 in our program. Version 2 was projected to come out a while ago, and it just hasn't moved forward. And so we'll be sticking with version 1 of the program here. Before we go on, I just wanted to talk, radon resistance. There are some municipalities that require radon. I didn't notice it in the energy codes, but you might double check in the IRC if Louisville, Superior, or unincorporated Boulder County actually require some type of radon resistant construction, or at least a passive. They do. So you're saying all of them are just
Definitely Boulder County, and the radon system has to be 100% installed by official radon installation, so you can't go just lay down plastic yourself.
Perfect. Low emission materials. This is one of the bigger stumbling blocks for getting this Indoor Air Plus designation. Indoor Air Plus has created a document that will help you identify materials that meet the requirements. So materials we're talking about, pretty much any engineered wood product, included in like stair stringers and cabinets and flooring materials, I-joists, all those things have to meet a certain designation and labeling there. We're talking about anything liquid that's potentially toxic as well, or might emit volatile organic compounds like paints and stains and lacquers and whatnot. All those things are looked at here. And then combustion safety, again, leveraging the EnergyStar program, a slightly higher MERV is a rating of air filters for how well they filter the air. And the higher the MERV rating, the more filtration actually happens through that filter. This is jumping to a MERV 8 filter, and I believe in version 2 of the program, it jumps up to a MERV 13 filter, which is a big change and something that you need to take into account when you're doing your HVAC design, because there's pressure loss across that filter that can affect the flow of air to those registers, those supply and return registers that we were talking about earlier today. Okay, and then we have the renewable ready system here. So we're again leveraging EnergyStar, and we're adding these PV ready checklists here to our program here. So it eliminates the exception for sites with low annual solar resources. So in essence, every site is eligible for PV now in this new version of the program here. Again, we're trying to increase the ability for that house to ultimately get to zero energy. Basically, when you maximize your building thermal envelope and your mechanical systems, you're going to get to a energy rating index score of maybe somewhere between 35 and 40 in that system. And then everything from 35 to 40 to 0, that's made up, that's you get there by putting PV on your house there. So the best example of maximizing your building thermal envelope and your mechanical systems is the passive house program. It's not the only way to get there, but passive house is getting somewhere in that 35 to 40 range in the energy rating index score. And they also don't require that you pre-wire the house for solar if you're using the PHI version, the European version of the program. If you're using the Passive House or PHIA system, which is the Passive House Institute US version of the program, you also have to do the DOE Zero Energy Ready Home program. So you'll be dealing with indoor air quality issues and also kind of pre-wiring the house for solar in that house. But in essence, we're maximizing the envelope of mechanicals. So version 2 for the PV is the same as version 1, but that eliminates the exception for site with lower annual solar resources, also updates provisions based on current technologies and whatnot. So the checklist has changed a little bit. The big thing is that the cost of solar has come down significantly. Now this kind of study was done before the pandemic and before our current supply chain issue economy that we're in right now. So you want to, you know, that might not be as accurate as it was, but remember that we are moving into the Inflation Reduction Act where you'll get 30% tax credit for solar installations here. Average daily solar, so there's maps here that talk about where we're getting the most solar access. And it turns out that Colorado is one of the highest zones of getting. We have about 300 days of solar access a year, which is super high here. So it makes sense to try and take advantage of that. The PV ready checklist is ensuring that we have documentation that our roofs can actually carry the load of the additional weight of the panels. And we have some type of conduit system that is run from where the panels will be to where the inverter will be. We have that dedicated area actually outlined on our construction documents for where that's going to be. Again, the conduit is run from the inverter location to the electrical panel location, and then we have a dedicated circuit breaker or circuit breaker space in the panel that can receive the solar energy that's there. It doesn't require that you have battery backup at all, and that will probably be a question that you're asked for. So just remember, if you have a PV system on your house and the power goes out, you're not going to be able to utilize that energy that's being generated in your house because it's deemed to be a safety concern, putting electricity back into the grid when the rest of the grid is shut down. So in order to do that, when the grid shuts off, the PV system basically disconnects from the grid. And in order to use that in your house, you have to have some type of battery storage. It doesn't mean that you have to have a lot of battery storage. So figuring out what's the most cost-effective means and what you actually want to run during a blackout makes a lot of sense. For most people, you want to run your heating and cooling system and your refrigerator. Those are the big things. So, you know, do I need 100 batteries or, you know, one battery? Those are the decisions that I think we want to make here. Okay. So again, they're committed to utilizing more of these better technology equipment that's out there. It's not necessarily a requirement right now, but heat pumps are here. This idea of electrification is here. This idea of carbon and carbon reduction is here to stay. So, you know, you're going to see these types of programs moving more and more to electrification and heat pump technologies. I guess the climate zone 6 and 8, you do have to do an ERB or HB. So like, anyway, you can use this program for multi-family housing as well as single family housing. We're not going to spend much time there because we're not seeing that here. The next thing I wanted to talk about, well, I guess first, are there any questions about the DOE Zero Energy Ready Home program?
One question about the ducts. Are you still allowed to put ducts in the attic?
I'm not sure. I'm not, I think in version 2 you are, but I can't tell you that I know for certain that that's true. You have to double check the checklist.
But it's true for EnergySmart, right?
Yes, EnergySmart, there's no requirement.
For the recirculating or the water sense requirements, if you have a bathroom that's really far away, and let's say maybe
maybe it makes sense to do like a small tankless, tankless for that bathroom.
Yeah.
Does that automatically disqualify from the DOE, or sorry, the state's 10,000 incentive for electrification?
Yes, I believe it would. So did everyone understand the question?
I was just gonna say to answer your question. Ducts but not air handlers may be located in the vented attic if minimum RA duct insulation is used. Duct leached outdoors is measured at less than or equal to 3 CFM 25 per 100 square feet. And in dry climate zones like here, ductwork is buried under at least 3.5 inches of blown insulation.
So the code, you'd also want to look at the code because the code requirement for ducts to be considered in conditioned space might be greater than what energy or DOE's requirement is right now. Okay. So did everyone hear this question up front and understand it? No? Yes, no? Okay. I can't. Okay. So she was basically asking if you have a house where the farthest fixture is so far away that it makes more sense to put a gas tankless water heater at that location, would you be taking yourself out of the electric incentive payments from the state? And yes, you would be. You're required to have heat pump water heaters. So a hot water circulation system would be a much better option there.
They do have electric units that are actually.
Yeah, but they
Yeah.
want to know.
But the incentive payment is based off of a heat pump water heater, not just an electric water heater. Electric resistant water heater. Okay, so we're going to talk a little bit more about incentive programs right now that are specific to the builder, not specific to the homeowner here. And we're going to start off with the EnergySmart for New Homes program that Excel Energy is offering, and Eric's going to speak to that.
Yeah, so the EnergySmart New Homes program is a program outside of Marshall Fire. It does apply to Marshall Fire properties, but it's always available. So you can get it for your other homes as well. It's been around for over a decade, so it's not a new program. There are 3 requirements to qualify for the program. First is that Excel provides at least the gas utilities. Unless it's a truly all-electric home and there is no gas utilities, then Excel provides the electric. The second, the home has to be HERS rated. And part of the reason for that is the third requirement, the home has to be at least 10% better than the adopted IECC code, which is determined through energy modeling software, which Rater takes care of.
So that's new to me, that all electric homes can qualify.
If Excel is the, if there's no gas at it. Yeah.
And all gas is no fireplace gas, no gas, and no gas alone.
If Excel does not provide the gas, then yes. If Excel provides the gas, you can have both gas and electric.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point from the electrification incentives like EnergySmart NextGen and the state program. They are allowing gas fireplaces, gas barbecues, and potentially even a hybrid heat pump that's using a gas furnace as its air handler, depending if that heat pump can qualify as a cold climate heat pump.
So the incentives, it's a tiered structure, as I said, based on the percent better than the IECC code being built to. Starting in 2023 to 2009 and lower incentives will not be there. Any home permitted in a place 2009, 2006 is going to be baselined against 2012. The tiers go up every 5%. The incentives the tables are separate for whether or not Excel provides just the gas and electric, or we have accelerated rebates for electric only homes. Excel's definition of electric only requires electric for heating and cooling, so heat pump, and an electric water heater, which it does allow electric resistance. We don't recommend it, but you can qualify for the accelerated incentives with an electric resistance water heater. So these are the accelerated all electric rebates. So when we're talking about Marshall Fire homes in particular, if you are building these all-electric homes, as the builder, you are eligible for these higher rebates. And if you're building these higher standards, you're going to be in one of these higher tiers. So pretty significant rebates there. One other thing for Marshall Fire rebuilds specifically, we are baselining the homes to the 2018 IECC regardless of where you permit that. So even if they're permitted to 2021, for incentive calculation purposes, we're going to baseline to that 2018, which is going to give you a little bit of a bump in your incentive. And then on top of the performance rebates, if you qualify, you're also eligible for these prescriptive rebates. So we have things for washer, dryer, heat pump water heaters in particular. You see $600 or $800 if you have the CTA connected port thing. So pretty substantial there. A reason if you are building even outside of Marshall Fire, think about using electric resistance or heat pump water heater, help offset some of that cost of the heat pump water heater. And then for the raters here, there is the rater incentive in place here. There's also tiered based on the performance of the home. So it goes up from $75 to $225 depending on the performance of the home. And finally, my contact information if you have any questions about this. For the builders, if you haven't participated before, like I said, you need a HERS rater. Have them contact me if they don't know the process already. I know, Energy Logic, a lot of the raters here are familiar with the program. They have submitted homes before, so they should know what to do. But have them contact me anyways, just so I can make sure they understand the requirements of what they need to submit to us to get the rebate. They handle everything. They do your ratings. You call them out and schedule your pre-trial, your final inspections. They'll do the testing. Then at the end, they'll submit the documentation, those we require because we'll mail you a check.
Great, thank you. We would have gotten through a lot faster if you were. So I wanted to make sure that everybody was familiar with the 45L tax credit. 45L tax credit has been around for quite a long time, and it's always been made retroactively. It's sunsetted and basically made retroactively compliant. It used to give you $2,000 in a tax credit as a builder. So it's a tax credit that goes to the builder. In essence, if you build 50% more efficient than the 2006 IECC, in essence. The new tax credit has just become finalized here, and it increases the credit from $2,000 to $2,500 if you build and certify an Energy Star qualified home there. So as a builder, you will get that credit if you build to the Energy Star 3.2 program, and outside of the Marshall Fire area, if you just build an Energy Star house there. If you build to the DOE Zero Energy Rated Home program, you're eligible for a $5,000 tax credit for building to that level there. So they're pretty good incentives to build to these programs. You're eligible for this if you're building in the Marshall Fire area or if you're building outside the Marshall Fire area as well. So I wanted to make sure that everybody's aware of that. So again, just like the Energy Star program, there's all kinds of marketing benefits for partnering with the program. You do need to partner with the program in order to certify those houses and get those credits. It's a very similar process to Energy Star that we talked about earlier. There are all kinds of logos and brochures and other things out there as well. Again, become a partner, go to their sign up page. There's no payments that are needed. You just need to take a little, watch a video in essence, a little webinar there. So that ends our day. Really huge thanks to Xcel Energy for sponsoring this event. We have a recording we're going to post. I'm going to post the PowerPoints as well in a PDF file. I am working with Boulder County as the new homes building advisor in Boulder County for the Marshall Fire. So if you have any questions, your architects, you as builders, homeowners, anybody has questions about this, let me know. If I don't know the answer, I'm committed to get you the answer to those questions and to help your projects move forward successfully so that you can get these incentives. Hopefully you learned something today. My contact information's there. That's my direct contact information. You can also get to me through the EnergySmart office as well. Last thing, one thing that EnergySmart is offering that your homeowners might want to take advantage of is they're doing an induction cooktop loaner program. So a lot of people are reluctant to go to electrification primarily because of giving up gas for cooking. And so you can borrow an induction cooktop if you need pans that are compatible with that, basically a pan that a magnet can stick to. They'll give you some pans and pots as well, and you can borrow it for a while and get an idea of what it's like to cook on that type of system. So it's a great program to help people gain more comfort in doing that. So you might be able to do that. EnergySmart through Boulder County.
There's also a bunch of pretty stuff we sell on the counter back here. We got some bad folios, pens, flashlights. Please take them so I don't have to carry them out of here. Take one for yourself, friends, family, whatever.
We had another question.
Everybody expects some, not specialty appliance.
Your load cell?
They already have one induction range, but we're buying an induction range and sticking it in the store. So you can bring your clients over to check it out. It's gonna be big, older Milano. It's a high-end gourmet Italian induction range. It's got values, unlike the glass top that they already have. So we'll have both of them there for people to try. They say, I'm a builder, I just like, I use them as my sub, so they're great.
Hey, Nick, pick a number between 1 and 21.
What's that?
Pick a number between 1 and 21.
10.5.
10 or 11?
Hold on.
11. Andy. Thanks so much for coming out. Really appreciate it. Let us know if you have any questions. Good job.